Hey friend, welcome to Sleep Theory. Before we dive in, tell me in the comments, where in the world are you watching from? I love seeing the community grow. And if you enjoy this, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a night with us.
What if your thoughts weren't really yours? What if your memories could be quietly rewritten, your instincts turned against you, and your reality, bit by bit, was no longer something you could trust? In this video, we're diving into the 30 darkest psychological effects you've probably never heard of. Manipulations so subtle, so deeply woven into everyday life that most people don't even realize they're under their spell. These aren't just curious mental quirks. They're the invisible forces shaping your beliefs, your choices, and even your sense of self. If you find yourself drawn to the hidden layers of the mind, the psychology of control, and the unsettling truths about human behavior, then you're in the right place. Take a moment to like this video and subscribe to the channel. It's completely free, and it helps this growing community reach more people who think like you. Now clear your mind, lean in, and prepare to see the world, and yourself, a little differently. Call of the Void. Have you ever found yourself standing at the edge of a tall building, a narrow bridge, or a seaside cliff? Not because you wished to jump, but because something strange flickered in your mind. A flash of a possibility you didn't ask for? The thought appears in a blink, uninvited. What if I stepped forward? You don't want to fall. You don't want to die. Yet there it is, an image, vivid and surreal, of your body moving without permission, surrendering to gravity, vanishing into the void. That moment, unsettling and fleeting, is known in psychology as l'appel du vide, the call of the void. It's one of the most quietly disturbing phenomena of the human experience, not because it signals suicidal intent, but because it doesn't. Instead, it emerges in perfectly healthy, rational minds, often in the middle of calm, uneventful days. You feel safe, you feel composed, and then the void whispers. And the more we try to ignore it, the more it lingers. Not like a command, but like a question. Why does the brain present us with such a haunting suggestion? Why would a well-adjusted person, who loves life and fears death, imagine taking a step that leads to annihilation? The leading theory among cognitive scientists is paradoxical. The thought of jumping is actually your brain's way of keeping you safe. It's a mental rehearsal of danger, a simulation, not an urge. The brain, always seeking to preserve the body, sometimes flashes worst-case scenarios across your mental screen to sharpen awareness. It's not unlike the way your foot instinctively pulls back from a step when you notice it was too close to the edge. Only now, your brain does it with thoughts instead of muscles. This rehearsal acts as a red warning light, a quick, sharp jolt that brings your attention fully to the present moment. In this interpretation, the call of the void is not a call at all. It's a siren, like the internal scream you didn't know your body could produce. But not all experts agree on this explanation. Some believe it goes deeper, beyond survival, into the murky realm of the unconscious and the existential. They argue that this moment of imagined collapse is not rooted in fear, but in freedom. The freedom to choose, and with that, the freedom to destroy. When you imagine jumping, you are not succumbing to despair. You are confronting your own agency in its rawest form. You could, you won't. But the knowledge that you could is enough to stir something ancient and awe-inspiring inside you. French existentialist Jean-Paul Sartre spoke of vertigo not as a fear of falling, but as a fear of what he called the temptation of possibility. It is not the height that terrifies you, he argued. It is your own freedom. To realize that your life continues not because it must, but because you choose to let it, is both liberating and deeply destabilizing. The call of the void is that realization crystallized into a second. The raw, trembling awareness that the thread holding you here is yours to cut and yours alone. And yet, nearly everyone who feels this call does the same thing. They step back. They breathe. They walk away. And that reaction tells a story too. It reveals that the mind is not simply a threat simulator, but a meaning-seeking machine. And the meaning we assign to these moments can shape how we live afterward. Some people report feeling more alive after such an encounter, more present, in their bodies, more aware of the fragility of life. For others, the experience leaves behind a lingering unease, a crack in the illusion of control. But in both cases, the call opens a door to reflection. Why do I exist? What keeps me here? What choices have I already made without realizing it? There are other forms of this phenomenon, ones not confined to cliffs or ledges. Some people, while driving, report the sudden horrifying vision of turning their steering wheel into oncoming traffic. Others have stood on a subway platform and imagined what it would look like if they stepped forward, or held a kitchen knife and were stunned by a flash of using it in violence, against themselves or someone they love. These thoughts are not confessions. They are not plans. They are intrusions, and they are common. Psychologists have studied them under the broader category of intrusive thoughts, and while they vary in intensity and content, their mechanics are surprisingly universal. The mind, for reasons not always clear, sometimes generates content that runs counter to our deepest values. But that dissonance is, in a way, reassuring. You are not your thoughts. If a dark idea enters your mind, and your immediate reaction is horror, revulsion, or rejection, that reaction is the truth, not the thought. The call might arrive, but the answer is yours to give. And still, there's a poetic quality to all this, isn't there? The void doesn't shout, it whispers. It doesn't demand, it tempts. Its power lies in suggestion, not in command. And what it suggests, more than anything else, is that we are always closer to the edge than we think. Every moment we live, we do so by choice, an unconscious but constant reaffirmation of our will to exist, in the quiet hours of the night, or on solitary walks, or during mundane routines. That awareness can catch us off guard. It's like catching your reflection in a mirror and seeing something ancient in your eyes, something that remembers how to flee, how to fight, how to fall. But you don't fall. That matters. That changes you. To have stared into the abyss, however briefly, and returned unchanged is a kind of lie. Because the truth is, the abyss always leaves a mark. It carves out a space where silence used to be, a silence that now carries meaning. We rarely speak of these thoughts. They don't come up in casual conversation. They aren't Instagram captions or dinner party topics, but they live in the margins of human experience, shared in quiet corners, in therapy rooms, or in anonymous forums online where people post in relief. I thought it was just me, but it never is. The call of the void is more universal than we admit, and more telling than we know. It tells us that the mind is not a fortress, but a sea, deep, dark, and full of unexpected currents. It tells us that we are not fully in control, but we are responsible for what we do next. And maybe that's enough. Maybe the choice to step back is the most profound expression of life there is. Not because it's dramatic or heroic, but because it is quiet, invisible, unseen, and yet it defines us. So the next time the thought comes, because for many it will, don't panic. Don't shame yourself. Let it pass like a shadow across a wall, like a ripple across water. It means you are human. It means you are alive. And in that strange, dark moment when your brain offers you oblivion, remember, you are the one who says no. Stockholm Syndrome. Imagine waking up one day and finding yourself in a room you've never seen before, behind a locked door, under the control of someone who has stripped away your freedom. You're not sure when it happened, how long you've been there, or how you'll get out. In the beginning, fear dominates everything. You're afraid of their anger, of the silence, of the unknown consequences of disobedience. Your heart races every time the door creaks open. But then something strange begins to happen. Days pass. The rules of this new world start to feel familiar. The person who imprisoned you brings you food. They speak to you, not kindly, but not cruelly either. They tell you stories, maybe lies, maybe not. You begin to learn their moods, what makes them yell and what keeps them calm. You adapt. And in adapting, you start to see glimpses of humanity in them. Maybe they let you stretch your legs. Maybe they offer a blanket when the nights are cold. Maybe, in some twisted moment of vulnerability, they cry. And now something even more disorienting happens. You feel sorry for them. You feel a connection. Not because they deserve it, but because your mind is desperate to make sense of the senseless. This is the seed of what psychologists call Stockholm Syndrome, one of the most disturbing and counterintuitive psychological effects ever documented, where hostages, victims of abuse, or even entire populations begin to develop emotional bonds with their captors or oppressors. It's not rational, it's not logical, but it is human. And what makes it even more unsettling is how quietly it can begin, how survival can masquerade as empathy, and how coercion can, over time, be mistaken for connection. The term Stockholm Syndrome was coined after a 1973 bank robbery in Stockholm, Sweden, where two armed men held 4 employees hostage for 6 days. During that time, the hostages began to side with their captors, defending them, speaking kindly of them, even opposing their own rescuers. After the ordeal, one of the victims reportedly refused to testify against the robbers and instead raised money for their defense. The world was stunned. Why would a victim protect the person who had endangered their life? Since then, similar patterns have been observed in countless other scenarios. Kidnapped children defending their abductors, abuse victims returning to or covering for their abusers, cult members remaining loyal to charismatic but destructive leaders. Stockholm Syndrome is not an official diagnosis in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, DSM, but its presence is undeniable, a recurring ghost in situations of prolonged control and psychological trauma. Experts believe it is a coping mechanism, a psychological survival strategy, where the mind, unable to escape physically, tries to build emotional bridges instead, to find safety and connection, even if the connection is built on fear. At its core, it's about power. The captor has it, the captive does not. And in that imbalance, something primal kicks in. If I can't defeat them, maybe I can join them. Maybe, if I please them, I'll be spared. And from that place of fear, gratitude is born. Not because the captor is kind, but because they withheld violence. But the deeper question is, why does this syndrome persist even after freedom is restored? Why do some victims defend their abusers long after the chains have been removed? To understand that, we have to look at how trauma reshapes the mind. When someone experiences prolonged captivity or control, whether physical, emotional, or psychological, their worldview narrows. The captor becomes the sun and the moon, the source of danger, but also the only potential source of comfort. Over time, the brain, exhausted by fear and hypervigilance, begins to redefine safety itself. If the abuser isn't hurting me today, that becomes safety. If they speak softly instead of yelling, that becomes affection. Reality is distorted, not because the victim is weak or foolish, but because their nervous system is trying to survive in a world where logic no longer applies. This is why Stockholm Syndrome isn't limited to dramatic hostage scenarios. It can unfold in toxic relationships, in emotionally abusive families, in manipulative workplaces, anywhere there is a power imbalance, and especially where kindness is used as currency in a system of fear. The syndrome can take root, and once it does, it's incredibly difficult to unearth. Victims may defend their abusers, push away those trying to help, and even blame themselves for what happened. They had a rough childhood, they might say. They didn't mean it. Or worse, it was my fault. This psychological twist is amplified by the human need for narrative. Our minds crave a story that makes the world make sense. And when that world becomes cruel, we write a softer version to survive it. They care about me. They're just under stress. These stories aren't delusions. They're shields, forged in the fire of necessity. To believe the captor is evil, to see them clearly, would mean accepting the full horror of the situation. And the mind in trauma often isn't ready for that. So it chooses a different path. Reinterpretation. The captor becomes complicated, misunderstood, maybe even redeemable. And the victim becomes part of the story, not as prey, but as participant. This is not a moral failure. It's a neurological one. When we judge victims for not leaving, we misunderstand what the cage really looks like. It's not always bars and padlocks. Sometimes it's gratitude. Sometimes it's fear, wrapped in familiarity. Sometimes it's hope that the next day will be better. Stockholm Syndrome blurs the line between survival and submission, between love and fear, until the victim can no longer tell where one ends and the other begins. But perhaps what makes Stockholm Syndrome most terrifying is how it reveals a deeper truth about the human condition, that our sense of identity, of loyalty, of safety can be rewritten when we are isolated, afraid, and desperate for connection. It shows that even the strongest minds can bend under pressure, not snap, not break, but bend, reshaping themselves around their circumstances. And if that's possible in the extreme cases we see in headlines, what about the quiet ones we don't see? What about the millions of people in relationships, families, or belief systems who are held emotionally hostage every day, who defend the very systems that harm them? Stockholm Syndrome is not rare, it is a mirror. And if we look closely, we might see more than we want to. It forces us to ask uncomfortable questions. Have I ever justified cruelty because it came with a smile? Have I ever mistaken control for care? Have I ever called someone strong for staying when in fact they stayed because they were afraid? Healing from Stockholm Syndrome is possible, but it is slow and painful. It requires rebuilding trust, not just in others, but in your own mind. Because when your instincts have been trained to protect the person who harmed you, learning to protect yourself feels like betrayal. But it isn't. It's reclamation. Therapy, community, education, all of these play a role. But more than anything, it takes time. Time to unlearn the story you were forced to tell. Time to rediscover who you were before the cage, or who you might become after it. And time to believe that you deserve a life without fear. If you've ever known someone caught in such a dynamic, remember, they don't need judgment, they need understanding. Because the chains they carry are often invisible, but their weight is real. And if you've ever seen yourself in any of this, even just a flicker, know that you are not alone. The void isn't always a cliff. Sometimes it's a person. Sometimes it's a promise. Sometimes it's a voice saying, I love you, while holding you just tight enough that you cannot move. The boiling frog syndrome. There is an old metaphor that has circulated for decades, quietly echoing through classrooms, books, conversations, and cautionary tales. A story simple in its imagery, but profound in its warning. If you place a frog into a pot of boiling water, it will immediately leap out, sensing the danger. But if you put the same frog into a pot of lukewarm water and slowly raise the temperature, the frog will remain unaware of the gradual change, growing accustomed to each incremental increase until it eventually boils to death, never realizing, until it's too late, that its environment has become lethal. While the scientific accuracy of this tale is debatable, its symbolic power is undeniable. Known widely as the boiling frog syndrome, it has become a metaphor for how human beings can be lulled into complacency by slow, almost imperceptible changes, often in situations of danger, degradation, or psychological manipulation, until they are trapped in realities they never would have accepted had the transformation occurred all at once. And perhaps the most disturbing aspect of this phenomenon is how frequently it plays out in everyday life. In relationships that begin with subtle disrespect and slowly devolve into emotional abuse. In careers that start with passion but are gradually drained of purpose. In societies where freedoms are chipped away, not by a single dramatic act, but by quiet, consistent erosion. The boiling frog syndrome is not about frogs, it's about people, and how, when change comes slowly enough, we often don't resist, not because we agree, but because we don't notice. Psychologically, this syndrome touches on concepts like desensitization, learned helplessness, and the power of normalization. Human beings are incredibly adaptable creatures. It's one of our greatest evolutionary strengths, but it is also, in certain contexts, our greatest vulnerability. The very mechanism that allows us to endure hardship, our ability to adjust to new environments, can also render us blind to subtle harm. Imagine beginning a new job where your manager is mildly critical. It stings, but you brush it off. Over time, the criticism grows sharper, then public, then personal. Yet because each stage is only slightly worse than the last, your mind continually redefines what is normal. It's just a rough day, you tell yourself. They didn't mean it that way. Before long, your mental threshold for mistreatment has shifted so far that what once would have been intolerable is now routine. This is the psychological boiling point, not a sudden explosion, but a slow, silent decay. The same occurs in relationships. What begins as subtle possessiveness becomes isolation. What starts as jokes at your expense becomes verbal cruelty. Each step is small. Each step is survivable. But together, they lead to a place you never intended to go. And because you never jumped in all at once, you may not even realize where you are until the damage is deep. From a cognitive perspective, this happens because of how the human brain processes change. Sudden threats activate our fight or flight response, flooding the body with adrenaline and preparing us to act. But slow, progressive threats often bypass this alarm system entirely. Our brains categorize them not as emergencies, but as circumstances to endure. In evolutionary terms, this made sense. A caveman who panicked every time the weather shifted slightly would exhaust himself. But in the modern world, where change often masquerades as routine, this adaptation can become a trap. We become the metaphorical frog, not because we are stupid or passive, but because we are wired to acclimate. And in the wrong hands, in the hands of an abuser, a manipulative employer, or even a corrupt system, this wiring can be exploited. The water warms, 1 degree at a time, and we stay. We tell ourselves it's not that bad, that we can handle it, that everyone else seems to be fine, until one day we realize we are no longer ourselves, and we no longer know how to escape. Sociologically, the boiling frog syndrome can be seen in how cultures drift into extremism, how freedoms are quietly eroded, how crises become climates. Governments pass one small restriction at a time. Surveillance increases, speech is moderated, truth becomes blurred. But because no single day feels like the end of democracy, people adapt, they rationalize, they accept, and before long, what was once unthinkable becomes everyday reality. History is filled with such examples, from authoritarian regimes to economic collapses, each marked not by a single cataclysm, but by 1,000 quiet concessions. This is why understanding this syndrome is not just a matter of personal psychology, it is a matter of collective awareness. It asks us to stay vigilant, to ask not only is this tolerable, but where is this heading? It teaches us to view comfort with suspicion when it comes at the cost of freedom or integrity, and it demands that we question the narratives we are fed about work, love, loyalty, and the nature of progress. But the syndrome is not always inflicted by others. Sometimes we are the ones turning up the heat. Sometimes the gradual decline comes from within. A person stops creating art because they're too tired after work. They stop exercising because the weather is bad. They stop calling friends because it's awkward to explain how they're feeling. None of these things, on their own, signal a crisis, but strung together, day after day, they become a slow fade, a dimming of the self. Depression often arrives this way, not like a thunderstorm, but like a fog that thickens so gradually you don't realize how little light is left. The same goes for addiction, burnout, spiritual emptiness. We normalize our own erosion. We tell ourselves stories to justify it. We downplay the change. We make peace with the water, even as it simmers. Philosophically, the boiling frog syndrome raises deeper questions about time, agency, and the human tendency to endure. What does it mean to remain still in the face of slow harm? Is it cowardice? Or is it simply the cost of being a creature that prefers pattern over disruption, comfort over confrontation? Maybe it's both. Maybe the same instinct that teaches us to endure also blinds us to when endurance becomes surrender. And perhaps that's the true danger. Not that we are weak, but that we are too strong in the wrong direction. We endure what we shouldn't. We persist in places we should abandon. We value stability so deeply that we forget to evaluate whether that stability is worth keeping. In this way, the syndrome is not a lesson in fear. It's a lesson in attention, in the art of noticing, of asking again and again, is the water warmer than it was yesterday? Am I still who I want to be? The antidote to the boiling frog syndrome is not paranoia, it is mindfulness. It is learning to recognize not just big shifts, but tiny ones. To to notice when your values are being eroded, when your standards are being lowered, when your boundaries are being breached. It is cultivating the courage to leap, not out of panic, but out of principle. To say, this might not be terrible yet, but it's heading somewhere I don't want to go. And that leap is not easy. It requires breaking patterns, confronting discomfort, sometimes walking away from jobs, relationships, or identities that have defined you for years. But the cost of not leaping is higher. It is your voice, your time, your integrity, your peace. The frog that stays in the water does not die all at once. It dies by degrees. And so do we when we ignore the warning signs. If there is one truth that the boiling frog syndrome reveals, it is this: the danger we fail to notice is often more lethal than the danger we fear, because it tricks us, it earns our trust, it wears the mask of normalcy. And in that deception, it becomes harder to resist. So whether in love or labor, in politics or in the private corridors of your own mind, pay attention to the temperature, to the stories you tell yourself, to the lines you quietly move. You may not need to jump now, but one day you might. And when that day comes, may you have the clarity to recognize it and the strength to act. The sunk cost fallacy. You've poured your heart into something, a relationship, a job, a project, a dream, and it's not working. Deep down, you know it. You've sensed it in the quiet moments, in the subtle erosion of joy, in the tightening of your chest each time you have to show up for it. And yet, you stay. You keep trying. You keep sacrificing more time, more energy, more of yourself. Not because it's still worth it, but because you've already given so much. That invisible force that keeps you tethered to what no longer serves you is called the sunk cost fallacy. A psychological trap that tricks us into throwing good resources after bad, simply because we cannot accept the pain of what we've already lost. The fallacy is simple in its structure, but devastating in its effect. Once we've invested money, time, emotion, or effort into something, we feel compelled to continue, even when continuing hurts more than quitting. Logically, the past should not dictate the present. What's lost is lost. What matters is whether the next step is worth taking, independent of the ones that came before. But that's not how the human mind works. We are creatures of narrative, of continuity, of meaning-making. We do not see our actions as isolated events. We see them as chapters in a story we're desperate to finish. And so, we press on. We stay in toxic relationships because we've already given them years. We stay in failing careers because we studied so hard to get there. We continue building projects that no longer inspire us, simply because we cannot bear to think it was. All for nothing. The origins of the sunk cost fallacy lie deep in our cognitive wiring. Economists define sunk costs as past expenses that cannot be recovered. Rational decision-making, they argue, should always be forward-looking, based on expected future value, not irretrievable past losses. But humans are not machines. We are, not spreadsheets. Our decisions are infused with memory, emotion, pride, and fear. Psychological studies have shown that people are far more likely to escalate commitment to a failing endeavor if they have already made a significant investment in it. This is not just about logic, it's about identity. When you walk away from something you've invested in, you're not just giving up the thing, you're confronting the possibility that your past self made a mistake. And that can be unbearable, because if your past self was wrong, what does that say about you now? What does it mean for the version of you that sacrificed, believed, hoped, and endured? To let go is to admit a kind of death, not just of a project or a dream, but of a part of your own narrative. So instead, you double down. You tell yourself that maybe with just a bit more effort, things will turn around. Maybe with one more conversation, one more month, one more push, the story will end differently. But often, it doesn't. And every new drop you pour into the sinking cup only deepens the regret you're trying to avoid. The sunk cost fallacy shows up everywhere, from everyday decisions to massive historical disasters. Entire wars have been prolonged because leaders couldn't bear to admit the losses already incurred. Corporations have poured billions into failed ventures, chasing recovery that never comes. And on a personal level, we waste years clinging to people, positions, and plans that no longer fit who we are. Why? because we're terrified of waste. But here's the cruel twist. By clinging to what's already lost, we guarantee that the waste continues. The money spent, the time lost, the tears cried, those are gone. But the moments yet to come, those are still in your hands. Or they would be, if your hands weren't so full of the past. One of the most painful realizations in life is that effort does not always equal value. Just because something took everything from you doesn't mean it was worth it. Just because you built it doesn't mean you have to live in it. And just because you've come this far doesn't mean you're required to go farther. Sometimes, the most courageous thing you can do is stop. But stopping feels like failure. It feels like betrayal of your younger self, of your hope, of the image you projected to the world. We are taught to admire persistence, to lionize those who never give up. And yes, perseverance can be noble, but blind perseverance, that's something else entirely. There is a point where holding on becomes a kind of self-harm, where loyalty becomes denial, where dedication becomes avoidance. The sunk cost fallacy thrives in silence, in the unspoken agreements we make with ourselves that say, "You can't leave, not after everything." But who wrote that rule? Who said your past must be your prison? The truth is, every day is a fork in the road, and clinging to a dying path doesn't resurrect it. It only drags you down with it. Freedom, paradoxically, lies not in pressing forward, but in stepping back. In saying, "This was meaningful, but it's not working." In recognizing that your worth is not tied to your investments, but to your ability to choose again. There is a hidden cost to honoring sunk costs. It blinds you to opportunity. While you're busy justifying the past, the future passes you by. While you're trying to make a failed relationship work, someone better suited for you might be walking away. While you're finishing a degree you hate, your true passion gathers dust. Life doesn't pause while you process regret. And yet, it's not about rushing forward either. It's about permission. Giving yourself permission to start over. To pivot. To abandon. To evolve. And yes, to mourn. Because walking away hurts. It leaves behind scars, unanswered questions, quiet moments of doubt. But those are the marks of growth. Scars mean you survived. Regret means you cared. And letting go means you're alive enough to keep choosing. Some of the most beautiful moments in life come not from what we build, but from what we have the courage to release. Because when you stop chasing sunk costs, you reclaim something far more precious. Your agency. The sunk cost fallacy is so seductive because it hides in language that sounds noble. I've come too far to quit. I don't want to waste everything I put into this. I owe it to myself to see it through. But what you owe yourself truly is honesty, is clarity, is the chance to make new choices unburdened by ghosts. Sometimes the best decision is not the one that honors your past, but the one that honors your present. And there's no shame in rewriting your story. Life is not a straight line. It bends, it loops, it breaks. And every turn is an invitation to live more truthfully. You are not a fool for trying. You are not weak for caring. But you are free to stop. The costs you've sunk will never rise again. But you can. So next time you find yourself holding on, not out of hope, but out of obligation, ask yourself, if I were starting fresh today, would I still choose this? If the answer is no, then maybe it's time to leap. Not because what you had was worthless, but because what's ahead might finally be yours. The just world hypothesis. We want to believe that the world is fair, that if we work hard, we'll be rewarded, that if we treat others kindly, kindness will return to us, that those who suffer must have done something to deserve it, and that those who prosper must somehow have earned it. This belief is comforting, stabilizing. It makes life feel predictable, makes the chaos feel controllable. It tells us that the universe operates on a moral ledger, where good actions are deposits and bad actions are withdrawals, and in the end, the balance will always add up. But what if that ledger is imaginary? What if the world does not, in fact, reward virtue and punish vice, but merely unfolds in patterns of random cruelty, blind chance and cold indifference? That discomfort, that gnawing tension between what we want to be true and what we fear may actually be, is where the just world hypothesis lives, a psychological illusion that humans cling to in order to make sense of a reality that so often refuses to make sense. Coined by social psychologist Melvin Lerner in the 1960s, the just world hypothesis describes our tendency to assume that people get what they deserve, not because the evidence supports it, but because the alternative, that bad things happen to good people for no reason, is too terrifying to face. This cognitive bias influences everything from how we interpret the news, to how we judge victims, to how we decide who is worthy of help. And perhaps most disturbingly, it operates silently, shaping our thoughts and feelings without our conscious awareness. Consider how quickly our minds jump to explanation when we hear about someone's misfortune. A woman is assaulted walking home late at night. Why was she out alone? A man is homeless. Maybe he made bad choices. A child is abused. Perhaps the parents were under stress. These thoughts don't always come from malice. They come from a desperate need to believe that the world is not random, that suffering is not senseless, that if we just follow the rules, we will be spared. But in this process, we quietly shift responsibility from systems to individuals, from perpetrators to victims, from chance to choice. We rewrite the narrative, not to understand it better, but to protect ourselves from its implications. Because if bad things happen for no reason, then they could happen to us. And that is a truth we are not built to carry easily. The just world hypothesis is, in this sense, a psychological defense mechanism. It buffers us from existential dread, from the paralyzing anxiety of a chaotic world. But in doing so, it distorts our empathy. It replaces compassion with calculation. It teaches us to look for flaws in the fallen, to distrust the suffering, to view misfortune as evidence of moral failure. And over time, this way of thinking doesn't just shape how we see others, it shapes how we see ourselves. When we experience injustice, the just world hypothesis whispers that we must have deserved it. When we fail, it asks what rule we broke. And when life doesn't reward our efforts, it suggests that perhaps we weren't good enough after all. In this way, the same illusion that protects us can also become a cage. It binds us to a vision of the world where fairness is guaranteed if only we are perfect. And so we strive, we hustle, we perform goodness like a ritual, hoping that virtue will protect us from harm. But then something bad happens, an illness, a betrayal, a loss, and suddenly the illusion fractures. We feel cheated, not just by life, but by the very logic we built our lives around. We ask, why me? Not as a question, but as an accusation. And the pain isn't just from the event, it's from the collapse of the belief that the world made sense. This is the hidden cost of the just world hypothesis. It makes us less prepared for suffering, less resilient in the face of randomness. It teaches us to equate fortune with virtue and pain with punishment. And in doing so, it blinds us to the messy, unjust, and deeply human reality of life. This belief shows up not just in individuals, but in institutions, policies, and entire cultures. It's why jurors may be less sympathetic to a victim who dressed a certain way or had a troubled past. It's why aid programs sometimes impose strict requirements, as if the poor must prove their worthiness before receiving help. It's why we're more likely to blame the unemployed than question the economy, more likely to scrutinize the actions of the oppressed than the systems that oppress them. The just world hypothesis fuels inequality by painting injustice as inevitable or even justified. It comforts the comfortable and condemns the suffering to carry not just their pain, but our judgment. And because it often masquerades as common sense, you reap what you sow. What goes around comes around. It goes largely unchallenged. But what if we did challenge it? What if we dared to look at suffering without explanation, without blame, without the desperate need to make it make sense? That would require something rare. The ability to sit with discomfort, to say, this shouldn't have happened, and not follow it with a reason. To say, this isn't fair, and resist the urge to correct it with a moral accounting. It would require us to develop a new kind of empathy, one that doesn't seek to justify pain, but to witness it. One that doesn't ask, "Did they deserve this?" but instead asks, "How can I help?" And perhaps most importantly, it would require us to turn that same empathy inward, because we are not exempt from our own judgment. When we fall, when we break, when we fail to live up to our own expectations, the just world hypothesis tells us that we are at fault. But healing begins when we reject that voice. When we say, "I am hurting, not because I did something wrong, but because I am human." When we accept that life is not fair, and that this unfairness is not a flaw to be fixed, but a truth to be faced. Philosophers have wrestled with this idea for centuries. In ancient times, suffering was seen as punishment from the gods. Later, in religious traditions, it was reframed as a test, a lesson, a necessary path to virtue. And while these beliefs offered comfort, they also preserved the illusion that all pain has a purpose. But perhaps the more radical idea is this: that some pain is just pain, that some suffering is without meaning, and that our task is not to explain it, but to respond to it. With presence, with action, with solidarity. In this way, rejecting the just world hypothesis is not a descent into cynicism. It's a step toward maturity. It's the willingness to live in a world where bad things happen to good people and still choose to be good. To live in a world where effort is no guarantee of reward and still give your best. To live in a world that does not owe you anything and still love it deeply, fiercely, and without condition. Because the alternative is cruelty. When we demand that the world be just and it refuses, we are left with two choices. We can bend reality to fit the illusion, blaming victims and excusing harm. Or we can break the illusion and begin the real work of compassion, the work of sitting with grief that cannot be fixed, the work of listening to stories that challenge our sense of order, the work of being present, not as judges, but as witnesses, as fellow travelers, as people who, like everyone else, are trying to make sense of a world that rarely makes sense at all. And maybe, in that shared vulnerability, we'll find something better than fairness. Maybe we'll find connection. Maybe we'll find courage. Or maybe, just maybe, we'll find each other. The Dunning-Kruger effect. There's a strange and silent irony embedded deep within the human mind. A trick of self-perception so cunning, so invisible, that most of us don't even realize when it's happening. It's the confidence of the beginner, the arrogance of the uninformed, the unshakable certainty of someone who knows just enough to be wrong, but not enough to know it. This is the essence of the Dunning-Kruger effect, a cognitive bias first identified by psychologists David Dunning and Justin Kruger in 1999, which suggests that people with low ability in a particular domain are not only prone to making poor judgments, but are also often unable to recognize their own incompetence. This illusion of superiority is not a character flaw. It is a mental blind spot, a gap between actual knowledge and perceived knowledge that gives rise to a potent mix of overconfidence and error. And the more dangerous part, the less we know, the more likely we are to believe we know enough. It's a paradox of awareness. Ignorance often feels like clarity, while true expertise is accompanied by doubt, hesitation, and humility. The effect has been observed across countless areas: business, education, politics, social media, even daily conversations, where those least informed speak the loudest, and those most informed often hesitate to speak at all. But this isn't just a statistical curiosity. It's a reflection of something deeper, something more human and unsettling. Our desperate need to feel competent, to believe that we understand the world even when we don't. The Dunning-Kruger effect operates on a basic principle. In order to recognize good reasoning, one must already possess some level of that reasoning. In other words, we need a certain degree of skill or understanding to accurately assess our own skill or understanding. Without it, we not only make mistakes, we remain blind to them. This is why incompetence so often hides behind confidence, and why competence so often wears the face of self-doubt. It's not just that beginners overestimate their abilities, it's that they lack the metacognition, the thinking about thinking, needed to even see how far off they are. Imagine climbing a small hill and thinking it's a mountain because you've never seen a real summit. Now imagine standing atop Everest and realizing how vast the entire range is. That's the cruel geometry of self-knowledge. The higher you go, the more you see how far there is to climb. This is why true experts often speak with nuance, with hesitation, with qualifications, because they are aware of the exceptions, the unknowns, the vastness of what lies beyond their current understanding. Meanwhile, the least experienced speak in absolutes. They are not lying, they are not pretending, they simply don't know how much they don't know. And that is precisely what makes the effect so dangerous, not just for individuals, but for entire societies. We live in a world increasingly shaped by confidence rather than competence. In the age of social media, where attention is currency, those who speak quickly, assertively, and without doubt are often rewarded, while those who speak slowly, cautiously, and with context are ignored or drowned out. The Dunning-Kruger effect is no longer just a quirk of psychology. It's an algorithmic advantage. Loud voices rise, humble voices vanish. And in this digital landscape, where anyone can claim expertise with a well-edited video or a persuasive tweet, the line between knowledge and illusion grows thinner by the day. This has real consequences. Misinformation spreads faster than truth. Charismatic leaders outrun thoughtful ones, and public discourse becomes a theater of certainty rather than a laboratory of ideas. The irony is painful. The more confident someone sounds, the more likely we are to believe them, regardless of whether they have earned that confidence. And so the effect perpetuates itself, not just in individuals, but in echo chambers, institutions, and cultural narratives. We reward conviction, even when it's unfounded, and punish uncertainty, even when it's the hallmark of wisdom. But beneath the surface of this cognitive bias lies a more personal truth, a reflection of the ego's fragility. None of us want to be incompetent. None of us want to feel ignorant. So when we lack knowledge, we often fill the gaps with assumptions, simplifications, and borrowed certainty. It's not malice, it's protection. The mind defends its self-image, builds a scaffolding of false confidence to hide the cracks. And the cruel twist: the smarter we become, the more aware we are of those cracks. The more we learn, the more we realize how little we truly understand. This is known as the imposter phenomenon, often seen as the inverse of the Dunning-Kruger effect, where high-achieving individuals internalize self-doubt and attribute their success to luck or deception. In a tragic symmetry, the least competent feel assured while the most competent feel like frauds. The middle ground, true, balanced self-awareness, is rare and fragile. It requires constant reflection, humility, and the courage to live in ambiguity. It requires the strength to say, "I don't know," and the wisdom to seek answers anyway. The Dunning-Kruger effect doesn't just influence how we see ourselves, it shapes how we judge others. It breeds frustration when we encounter people who refuse to acknowledge their limitations. And yet, we may do the same in different domains. No one is immune. You might be an expert in one area and a Dunning-Kruger casualty in another. You might laugh at someone's cluelessness while defending your own half-informed beliefs. This isn't hypocrisy, it's human. The key is awareness. The key is humility. Because recognizing the Dunning-Kruger effect is not about mocking the ignorant. It's about protecting ourselves from becoming them. It's about asking, in every field, every moment, have I earned this confidence? And if not, am I willing to learn? That question alone can begin to break the illusion. But perhaps the most profound lesson of the Dunning-Kruger effect is not about intelligence or expertise at all. It's about how we define wisdom, not as the accumulation of knowledge, but as the ability to navigate uncertainty. Not as knowing all the answers, but as knowing when to ask better questions. In a world that rewards speed, it is a radical act to slow down. In a culture that idolizes certainty, it is revolutionary to admit doubt. And in a society that confuses visibility with value, it is powerful to quietly seek truth, even when no one is watching. Because the real danger is not in being wrong, it's in being wrong while convinced you are right. That is the abyss the Dunning-Kruger effect opens before us. The gap between perception and reality. And to cross that gap requires more than intelligence. It requires humility, patience, curiosity, and the uncomfortable willingness to dismantle our illusions. So the next time you feel certain, absolutely, unshakably certain, pause. Ask yourself what that certainty is built on. Ask whether you have tested it, challenged it, earned it. And when you encounter someone whose confidence outweighs their competence, don't just scoff, look inward. Because we all live at the mercy of our blind spots, and the only way to see clearly is to admit we might be blind. The backfire effect. You present someone with a fact, a piece of evidence, something solid, researched, reasoned, verified, and you expect that it will open their eyes, shift their thinking, adjust the lens through which they view the world. And sometimes it does. But more often than we'd like to admit, it doesn't. Instead of dissolving their illusion, your evidence only hardens it. Their belief becomes stronger, their arguments more passionate, their rejection more complete. They don't say, "I see your point." They say, "You're wrong." And worse, they believe it even more than they did before you spoke. This phenomenon, puzzling at first glance, is known as the backfire effect. A cognitive bias in which confronting people with contradictory information doesn't lead them to reconsider their beliefs, but instead causes them to double down, to become even more entrenched in what they already thought was true. It is one of the most quietly dangerous biases in human cognition, because it thrives not in ignorance, but in confidence. It turns facts into threats, truth into an enemy, and disagreement into a war. It doesn't just block learning. It turns learning into a battlefield where the mind defends not what's true, but what's familiar, comforting, and part of one's identity. To understand the backfire effect, you have to understand something uncomfortable about how human minds are wired. We are not rational by default. We are not truth-seeking machines. We are belief-preserving organisms. Our brains evolved not to seek out objective accuracy, but to help us survive in social tribes, emotional landscapes, and environments where cohesion and belonging were often more crucial than correctness. A belief, once internalized, doesn't just sit in the mind like data in a folder. It becomes woven into the self. And attacking that belief, even gently, even respectfully, can feel to someone like an attack on who they are. This is especially true for beliefs that form around identity, morality, politics, religion, or deeply personal experiences. When you challenge one of those, you're not just challenging an opinion, you're challenging a structure that supports a person's sense of coherence. And the response, even when the facts are airtight, is often not curiosity, but defense. The brain, feeling threatened, goes to work, not to investigate the new information, but to neutralize it. It deploys confirmation bias, cherry-picking, reinterpretation, rationalization. It pulls together allies, memories, opinions, half-truths to fend off the invader. In this way, the backfire effect is not stupidity, it's strategy. The mind, trying to preserve psychological equilibrium, will sometimes prefer a comfortable lie to a disruptive truth. This effect is especially potent in the modern world, where beliefs are not just private thoughts, but public declarations. Our opinions are broadcast on social media, embedded in algorithms, reinforced by online communities that reflect our worldview back to us in an endless feedback loop. When we post a belief, we don't just state it, we stake our social capital on it. We attach our identity to it. And so when someone contradicts it, even politely, it doesn't feel like an invitation to learn. It feels like humiliation. It feels like social loss. And so the natural reaction is not reconsideration, but retaliation. We argue, we deflect, we dismiss, not because we've examined the evidence and found it lacking, but because the emotional cost of admitting we were wrong feels too high. In some cases, the backfire effect doesn't just maintain the original belief, it strengthens it. Studies have shown that when deeply held beliefs are challenged, especially with emotionally charged issues, people can become more polarized, more defensive, and more radicalized. The mind doesn't merely resist change, it rebels against it. But why is it so painful to be wrong? Why does the prospect of updating our beliefs feel, to so many of us, like a kind of death? The answer lies in the deep architecture of self-concept. Our beliefs give shape to our identity. They provide continuity in time. I believe this. I've always believed this, and therefore I am still me. Changing a belief, especially a core one, is not like switching out a battery. It's more like rearranging the beams of a house while still living inside it. It requires disorientation, vulnerability, uncertainty, and most people are not equipped, psychologically or socially, to go through that process willingly. Admitting you're wrong means not only facing the new truth, but also confronting the implications of having been wrong. What decisions did you make based on that belief? What actions did you justify? What relationships did you damage or build? What does it mean for your sense of self, your place in the world? This is why, in the presence of contradiction, the backfire effect arises, not because people hate truth, but because truth threatens the stories they've built around themselves. It's important to realize that no one is immune to this. You and I both have beliefs we defend instinctively. Ideas that feel sacred, untouchable. And when they are questioned, even by gentle inquiry, a small voice rises up inside. The voice of pride, of fear, of attachment. The work of overcoming. The backfire effect is not about labeling others as irrational and ourselves as enlightened. It's about recognizing our shared vulnerability to belief. The real danger of this bias is not in the other person. It's in us. It's in the moments we stop listening. The moments we prepare our response before the other has finished speaking. The moments we read a headline and decide instantly whether it aligns with what we already think. The backfire effect feeds on speed, on certainty, on tribal loyalty. It dies in the presence of slow thinking, open questions, and genuine curiosity. It cannot survive in a mind that is committed not to being right, but to becoming less wrong over time. Still, the practical consequences are sobering. In public discourse, the backfire effect stalls progress. It turns debates into shouting matches, politics into war, dialogue into performance. It incentivizes the loudest voice, not the most thoughtful one. In education, it creates students who memorize but don't question, who fear being wrong more than they crave understanding. In relationships, it breeds distance because it's hard to love someone who seems unreachable through reason. But perhaps the most tragic cost is internal. When we fall prey to the backfire effect in our own minds, we stop growing. We build walls around old beliefs and decorate them with pride. Even as the world outside changes, we mistake resistance for strength, when in fact, true strength lies in flexibility, in the courage to say, "I was wrong, I didn't know, I've changed." These phrases are not confessions of weakness, they are signs of evolution, markers of a mind still alive. So what can we do? How do we counteract something so reflexive, so deeply embedded in our psychology? The answer begins with humility. Intellectual humility. The acknowledgement that no matter how much we know, there's always more to learn. That our beliefs are not sacred relics, but tools, useful only so long as they serve the truth. We must cultivate spaces where people can revise their views without shame, where being wrong is not ridiculed, but respected as part of the process. We must learn to ask questions not as traps, but as bridges. To approach disagreement not as combat, but as collaboration. And above all, we must practice what we preach. If we want others to be open to new ideas, we must be willing to examine our own, because the truth is not a prize we win by argument, it is a path we walk through uncertainty. The backfire effect will never fully disappear. It is stitched into the fabric of how we make sense of the world, but awareness is the first step. When we see it in ourselves, we can pause, we can breathe, we can create a small space between stimulus and response, between being challenged and becoming defensive. And in that space, something miraculous can happen. We can choose to listen, to reconsider, to grow. That is the rarest kind of courage. Not the courage to hold a position, but the courage to let it go. Learned helplessness. Imagine a dog placed in a cage, unable to escape. A small electric shock is delivered through the floor. Nothing life-threatening, just unpleasant. The animal yelps, tries to run, scratches at the edges, panics. But there's no way out. Then it happens again, and again. Days pass. The dog eventually stops reacting. It no longer tries to escape, no longer fights. It simply lays down, waiting for the pain. And then, something changes. The cage door is opened. The shocks continue. But now the dog could leave. It could run, jump, flee into safety. But it doesn't. It stays, because it has learned, over time and repetition, that escape is not an option, that its suffering is inevitable, that no matter what it does, the outcome will be the same. This is not stupidity. This is learned helplessness, a psychological state in which an individual who has faced repeated uncontrollable negative events begins to believe they are powerless, even when the power to change their condition is restored. Originally studied in the 1960s by psychologists Martin Seligman and Stephen Meyer, this phenomenon has since been observed in animals and humans alike, in prisons and classrooms, in homes and hospitals, in war zones and marriages, in silence, and in screams. It is not a failure of will, it is the will being taught to fail, over time, gently, relentlessly. In human beings, learned helplessness shows up in heartbreakingly subtle ways. A child consistently criticized for their efforts in school eventually stops trying. A partner trapped in emotional abuse begins to believe they deserve it. A job seeker rejected a dozen times begins to think they are simply unhireable. The message isn't always explicit. It doesn't need to be. Life teaches in patterns. When we are met again and again with failure, rejection, humiliation, or harm, and we feel powerless to stop it, we begin to internalize the futility. We rewrite our expectations downward. We stop looking for exits, stop testing for change, stop resisting. And eventually, we stop believing. Not just in the world, but in ourselves. It's not that we don't want things to improve. It's that we can no longer picture what improvement even looks like. We become ghosts in our own lives, present but unengaged, conscious but directionless. The cage is open, but we've forgotten how to walk. And perhaps the most tragic part is that the longer this condition persists, the more it becomes self-fulfilling. The more passive we become, the less we attempt. The less we attempt, the fewer opportunities we encounter. The fewer opportunities we encounter, the more our sense of helplessness is reinforced. The loop closes in on itself, and we become stuck not because there are no options, but because we have stopped believing that options exist. From a neurological perspective, learned helplessness is associated with changes in the brain's stress response systems. Chronic exposure to uncontrollable stress can impair function in the prefrontal cortex, the area responsible for decision-making and problem-solving, while heightening activity in the amygdala, the brain's alarm center. This makes us more reactive, more anxious, more frozen. The body prepares for attack even when no attack is present. We see threats in everything, hope in nothing. And over time, this stress rewires not just how we react, but how we perceive reality. We lose trust in the world and in our capacity to move through it. This is why people suffering from learned helplessness often appear passive, depressed, or apathetic. But underneath that passivity is not laziness. It is exhaustion, despair, a lifetime of being told, by words or by outcomes, that their voice doesn't matter, that their choices are futile, that resistance is pointless. And when those messages arrive not from strangers, but from the structures meant to protect and uplift, parents, teachers, governments, partners, the betrayal cuts even deeper. This phenomenon also echoes in systems and societies. Marginalized communities, denied power generation after generation, often develop a collective form of learned helplessness. Voter turnout drops. Participation wanes. Political disengagement takes root. Why bother engaging with systems that have repeatedly excluded or punished you. This isn't apathy, it's a survival strategy. The cost of hope, when repeatedly dashed, becomes too high to pay. And so, people retreat into numbness, into silence, into survival. This is how oppression sustains itself, not always through overt violence, but through the quiet internalization of powerlessness, through teaching people to stop dreaming, to stop trying, to stop believing in alternatives. And this, perhaps, is the most dangerous part of learned helplessness. Not the suffering it creates, but the imagination it destroys. When a person loses their ability to imagine a better life, they stop seeking it. And when enough people stop seeking it, the world stops changing. But the story doesn't have to end there. Because learned helplessness is not innate. It is learned, and what is learned can, with time and care, be unlearned. Recovery begins with small victories, with moments of choice, with safe relationships that remind us we are seen and heard, with therapists and mentors who hold up a mirror not to what we have endured, but to what we are still capable of. It begins with building what Seligman later called learned optimism, a mindset trained not to deny suffering, but to notice possibilities within it, to ask, what if I tried one more time? To risk vulnerability again, in small doses, with support, and above all, to reawaken the belief that agency is possible, that even if we've been powerless, we are not powerless now, that the past is not prophecy, that trauma does not get to write our ending. Philosophically, learned helplessness forces us to ask, what is freedom really? Is it the absence of barriers? Or is it the presence of belief? Because a person who believes they can change their life is, in many ways, freer than someone surrounded by open doors, but convinced they lead nowhere. And maybe this is the secret buried within the syndrome, that the truest prison is not physical. It's mental, emotional, spiritual. It's the story we come to believe about our own limitations. And so liberation, in this sense, is not about bulldozing barriers. It's about rewriting the story. It's about helping someone remember that they are not the events that happen to them, that their choices still matter, that effort still counts, that they are still capable of movement, of resistance, of life. Learned helplessness, in the end, is not a diagnosis. It's a state of forgetting. Forgetting that we are allowed to act, that we can say no, that we can walk away, that we can begin again. And healing is the slow, steady work of remembering, of noticing when we are choosing paralysis, of questioning the voice that says, what's the point? Of taking one small step and then another, of trusting, even tentatively, that our choices matter, that we matter, because the cage may have taught us to stop fighting, but somewhere, deep in the bones of who we are, the will to rise has not vanished. It only sleeps, and every act of courage, no matter how small, is a knock on its door. The imposter syndrome. You walk into a room, maybe a meeting, maybe a stage, maybe a quiet moment of recognition, a promotion, an award, a compliment, and instead of pride, you feel panic. You look around and wonder how everyone else is so certain, so composed, so deserving. You smile, nod, say thank you, all while a voice inside your head whispers, you don't belong here. They're going to find out. This is not humility. It is not modesty. It is a psychological phenomenon called imposter syndrome, a pervasive, gnawing sense that your success is fraudulent, your accomplishments accidental, and that you are, at your core, an intellectual or creative con artist who has somehow tricked the world into believing you are competent. It affects high achievers, overthinkers, artists, leaders, students, and anyone who has ever chased excellence and then recoiled when they caught it. And perhaps the cruelest part of it is this. The more you achieve, the louder the inner accusation becomes, because now there's more to lose. More people fooled. More distance between who you are and who they think you are, or so you believe. Imposter syndrome is not just a feeling, it is a systematic distortion of self-perception. Coined in the 1970s by psychologists Pauline Clance and Suzanne Imes, the term initially described successful women who felt like frauds despite external evidence of their competence. But it has since expanded to include people across all genders, backgrounds, and industries. What makes this syndrome so insidious is that it doesn't disappear with more success. In fact, success often amplifies it. Each achievement is chalked up to luck, timing, or other people's generosity. You dismiss praise, deflect compliments, secretly fear feedback. You over-prepare, overcompensate, or self-sabotage. Because if you succeed easily, you didn't earn it. And if you struggle, that just proves you're not good enough. It's a trap with no exit, where confidence feels like arrogance and authenticity feels like risk. The imposter doesn't merely question what they know, they question whether they're allowed to know anything at all. Psychologically, this syndrome is rooted in perfectionism, internalized expectations, and often early experiences of conditional validation. Maybe you were praised only when you excelled. Maybe failure was met not with support, but with shame. Maybe your family didn't have the language for pride, so achievement always felt like an accident, never a reflection of self-worth. And maybe, like so many others, you learned that being good wasn't enough. You had to be exceptional. But even that wasn't enough, because the moment you met the bar, it was raised. Over time, this cultivates a form of self-worth that is contingent, brittle, and endlessly performative. You start living not to grow, but to prove, not to explore, but to validate. And because external success rarely brings the internal healing you crave, you feel even more distant from your accomplishments. The applause echoes, but it doesn't land. You hear "well done" and translate it as "you got away with it again." This is the paradox. The better you get at your work, the worse you feel about yourself. The imposter syndrome doesn't live in ignorance. It thrives in intelligence. It doesn't afflict the incompetent. It afflicts the self-aware, the thoughtful, the ones who have tasted complexity and now struggle to claim authority in a world that prefers certainty. This is why so many true experts speak cautiously, with nuance and disclaimers, while the least qualified speak with unwavering conviction. The imposter thinks, if I don't know everything, I shouldn't speak. But the charlatan says, I know enough, listen to me. And the tragedy is that we often reward the loudest voice, not the most honest one. In this way, the syndrome is not just an internal struggle, it's a cultural wound. A society that equates value with visibility breeds imposters because it teaches us that being unknown is failure and being recognized is fraud. The more we perform competence for external approval, the less we believe in our own. There are different flavors of imposterism. Some people are perfectionists, believing that anything short of flawlessness is failure. Others are soloists, convinced that asking for help discredits their legitimacy. Still others are natural geniuses, who believe that effort itself is a sign they're not truly gifted. And then there are experts, those who think they must know everything before they can speak on anything. The irony is that all these types are often exceptionally capable. But capability doesn't silence the voice inside, because the voice isn't rational, it's emotional, it's old. It's the echo of a teacher, a parent, a critic, or society itself. And unless it's challenged, it becomes the soundtrack to your success story. A haunting reminder that you're the one actor who snuck onto the stage while the real cast wasn't looking. Imposter syndrome also intersects with social context. Minorities in any space, whether due to race, gender, class, language, or experience, often feel this dissonance more acutely. When you don't see people like you in the room, it's easy to believe you've slipped in by mistake. When your voice sounds different, your ideas are dismissed, or your body doesn't fit the mold, it's not just internal doubt, it's external feedback reinforcing it. You question not just your skill, but your right to belong. And when you do succeed, the feeling can be even more alienating. If I made it, this must not be that impressive. Or worse, if I made it, I better not let anyone down. Representation matters not just for visibility, but for validation. To see someone who shares your story thriving makes it easier to believe that your success is not an accident, but a possibility. So what's the way forward? Not ego, not delusion, but gentle, persistent truth. The truth that feelings are not facts, that doubt is not disproof, That imposter syndrome is not evidence that you don't belong. It's evidence that you care deeply about getting it right. It's the shadow side of integrity. And like any shadow, it doesn't disappear when you run from it. It softens when you turn toward it. Healing begins when you stop trying to feel deserving and start acting as if you already are. When you take the stage anyway, when you write the article anyway, when you speak up anyway, not because the voice is silent, but because you've decided to stop letting it drive. This is not about pretending to be confident. It's about reclaiming your space, even while trembling. Imposter syndrome may never fully go away, but it can become quieter. You can learn to recognize its voice and respond not with obedience, but with compassion. Thank you for your concern, you might say to the fear, but I'm doing this anyway. You can build community with others who feel the same, because they are everywhere, and you can remind yourself again and again that the goal is not to be perfect. The goal is to be present, to keep showing up, to stop waiting until you feel worthy and start living like you already are. Because the truth is, the people who wrestle with imposter syndrome are often the most thoughtful, the most prepared, the most responsible voices in the room. And perhaps the only fraudulence lies in the belief that your worth must be proven at all. You are not an accident. You are not a trick. You are not just the product of chance. You are a whole, flawed, beautiful story still unfolding. And no part of that makes you an imposter. It makes you real. The bystander effect. You see someone fall in the street, an elderly woman, a man clutching his chest, a child alone and crying. And for a split second, everything in you tightens. Something is wrong. You notice, you feel it, but then you glance around. There are others, people walking by, people closer than you, people who must have seen what you saw. And in that tiny loaded pause, something strange happens. You wait, you hesitate, you think, someone else will help, and you keep walking. Later, you might not even remember the moment, or if you do, you'll justify it. I didn't know what to do. I thought someone else had already called for help. I didn't want to interfere. This psychological phenomenon, where the presence of others inhibits individual action, is known as the bystander effect, and it is one of the most quietly devastating biases in human behavior. The more witnesses there are to an emergency, the less likely it is that any one of them will intervene. Responsibility disperses, agency dissolves, and in that diffusion, tragedy often slips through the cracks of collective inaction. What makes this effect so haunting is not that people are inherently apathetic or cruel, but that they are paradoxically too aware of each other. In a crowd, we look to others for cues, for leadership, for permission to act. And when everyone is doing nothing, nothing is what we do. The bystander effect was first studied in the 1960s, spurred by the infamous murder of Kitty Genovese in New York City, a young woman stabbed outside her apartment while, it was initially claimed, dozens of neighbors watched from their windows without intervening. Though later reports would nuance the details, the story ignited a surge of research into how ordinary people could become passive observers in the face of suffering. Psychologists John Darley and Bibb Latane coined the term and designed experiments that revealed a consistent, unsettling pattern. When individuals believed they were the only ones who could help, they usually did. But when others were present, even unseen, anonymous others, the likelihood of intervention plummeted. It wasn't malice, it was paralysis, a silent negotiation between fear, uncertainty, and social signaling. And what those studies uncovered wasn't just a quirk of group dynamics, it was a mirror reflecting how easily morality can be suspended when it is shared. At the core of the bystander effect is a diffusion of responsibility. In a group, each individual feels less pressure to act because they assume someone else will. This assumption is reinforced by a psychological loop. We look to others for guidance on how to behave, and if everyone is looking, no one is leading. Everyone is waiting, watching, hoping that someone will do something that gives them permission to care. And the longer no one acts, the stronger the inaction becomes. This effect doesn't just occur in emergencies, It shows up in boardrooms, classrooms, online platforms, and public discourse. A racist joke goes unchallenged. A bullying incident escalates. A policy harms thousands, but because no single person feels directly accountable, no one intervenes. The system continues, not because it is invisible, but because it is collectively ignored. In these moments, silence is not neutral. It is participatory. It enables harm through absence, through stillness, through the subtle, corrosive power of doing nothing. But why do we freeze? Why do people who consider themselves moral, empathetic, and brave fail to act when it matters most? Part of the answer lies in fear. Not just fear of danger, but fear of being wrong, of looking foolish, of misreading the situation. We fear social judgment more than we fear ethical failure. And in the split second when action is needed, the brain doesn't conduct a moral analysis. It performs a social risk assessment. Will I be embarrassed? Will I overstep? What if this isn't really an emergency? And by the time the internal monologue ends, the moment has passed. The opportunity to help has closed, and the guilt begins. But the guilt, too, is dispersed. After all, you weren't the only one who didn't act. The bystander effect is often amplified by urban environments, places where crowds are large, interactions are brief, and anonymity is high. In cities, we are surrounded by people, but connected to few. This social distance reduces accountability and empathy. When the person in need is a stranger, when their story is unknown, when their suffering is part of the ambient background noise of urban life, it becomes easier to tune out. And yet, paradoxically, even when the suffering is visible, when a crowd gathers, when cameras record, when voices shout, intervention can still falter. We think awareness equals action, but it doesn't. Spectacle can become sedative. We watch, we share, we comment, and feel that we've done something. But attention is not intervention. And without a shift from observation to action, the bystander remains just that, a witness to someone else's pain, rather than a participant in their relief. But perhaps the most painful aspect of the bystander effect is how easily it scales from the personal to the societal. Entire communities can become bystanders to injustice. Genocides, systemic racism, climate collapse. These are not the result of a few bad actors, but of many passive observers. People who believed it wasn't their place to speak up, who assumed others would handle it, who chose safety over solidarity, comfort over courage. And over time, their silence became complicity. This is the dark power of the bystander effect. It allows evil not only to exist but to thrive, not through overwhelming force, but through the absence of resistance. Through good people doing nothing, not because they are bad, but because they are waiting. And in that waiting, the harm multiplies. But there is hope. Because the bystander effect, like so many cognitive biases, can be interrupted. The key is awareness. When you know the pattern, you can break it. When you feel yourself hesitating, you can lean in instead of stepping back. And sometimes, it takes only one person to speak, to move, to act. That single deviation from the script can awaken the humanity in others. Courage is contagious. And when one person breaks the freeze, others often follow. The bystander becomes the responder. The crowd becomes a force for care rather than a cushion for inaction. This doesn't require heroism, it requires presence, attentiveness, the willingness to be momentarily uncomfortable for the sake of someone else's safety. Philosophically, the bystander effect forces us to confront the limits of empathy. It asks whether we are moral only, in theory, or willing to live our values when it costs us something. It challenges the idea that goodness is a fixed trait rather than a series of choices, made in real time, in real contexts. And it reminds us that ethics is not just about beliefs, it's about behavior, about action, about who we become when no one is watching. Or worse, when everyone is watching, but no one is moving. In this way, the bystander effect is not just a psychological oddity, it's a question. Will you be the one who helps, or the one who waits? Because every moment you hesitate, someone else suffers. And the world does not change when we know what's right. It changes when we do what's right. So next time you see something, don't look around. Don't wait for someone else. Let it be you, the illusion of choice. You walk into a supermarket and find yourself facing dozens of cereal boxes, each brightly colored, each offering promises of taste, health, happiness. You scroll through a streaming service and are presented with endless rows of movies and shows, algorithmically tailored to your preferences. You vote in an election, choosing between candidates whose platforms seem, at first glance, so fundamentally different. In each moment, you feel the thrill of autonomy, the quiet reassurance that you are the master of your own fate, making choices from a landscape of options freely available to you. But lurking beneath this reassuring surface is a quieter, more unsettling truth. Many of these choices are not as free, not as meaningful, and not as diverse as they appear. This is the illusion of choice, the cognitive phenomenon where the sheer presence of multiple options creates the perception of freedom, even when those options are controlled, constrained, or illusory. It is one of the most pervasive and invisible manipulations of modern life, touching everything from consumer behavior to politics to personal identity. And what makes it so powerful is that it doesn't demand obedience. It invites participation. It seduces you into believing you are in control, while quietly shaping the boundaries within which your freedom operates. Psychologically, the illusion of choice exploits several deep-seated cognitive tendencies. Humans crave agency, the feeling that we are active participants in our lives, not passive subjects to forces beyond our control. Agency is intimately tied to our sense of self-worth, dignity, and happiness. Studies have shown that when people perceive they have choice, even meaningless choice, they experience greater satisfaction, motivation, and well-being. A patient allowed to choose the time of their surgery feels less pain. A customer offered different colors of the same product feels more loyalty to the brand. A child allowed to pick between two similar toys feels more invested in play. Marketers, politicians, and designers understand this intuitively. They know that the mere appearance of choice can foster attachment, compliance, and even gratitude. And so they craft ecosystems where you are constantly choosing between brands owned by the same conglomerate, between political candidates funded by the same industries, between life paths shaped by invisible socio-economic constraints. You feel empowered, but the menu has already been set. Consider how this unfolds in the marketplace. You enter a clothing store and see racks of shirts, jackets, dresses, hundreds of styles, colors, cuts. But dig deeper, and you realize that most of these clothes are produced by a handful of manufacturers, following seasonal trends dictated by a tiny group of fashion forecasters, using labor practices and supply chains that you have little knowledge of and even less influence over. You're not choosing between independent expressions of creativity. You're choosing between different shades of the same commercial strategy. The same happens in food, technology, media. 5 brands of bottled water owned by the same corporation. Hundreds of news outlets owned by a few powerful conglomerates. Platforms offering diverse viewpoints that all, subtly or overtly, reinforce the same cultural narratives. The options multiply, but the structures behind them remain narrow and rigid. And yet, the abundance of choice blinds us to the homogeneity of power. Politically, the illusion of choice is even more insidious. Democratic systems depend on the idea of informed, voluntary choice. We are taught that voting is the ultimate expression of freedom, and in many ways, it is a crucial mechanism of representation and accountability. But when both major candidates are beholden to the same economic interests, when policy debates are framed within artificially narrow boundaries, when systemic critiques are excluded from mainstream discourse, what are we really choosing between? 2 shades of the status quo, 2 managers of the same machine. The presence of elections, campaigns, and debates can mask the deeper absence of genuine alternatives. This is not cynicism, it's a structural critique. True choice requires not just multiple options, but meaningful difference between them, and it requires that the conditions under which choices are made are themselves free, informed, and equitable. Without these, democracy risks becoming a ritual rather than a reality, a performance of freedom rather than its exercise. The illusion. of choice also operates within our personal lives in quieter, more intimate ways. Think about the life paths laid before you. Education, career, relationships, values. How many of these were chosen freely? How many were heavily shaped by family expectations, economic necessity, cultural conditioning, or unconscious imitation? We are told we can be anything, do anything, love anyone, but the range of acceptable dreams is often silently policed by norms, fears, and invisible ceilings. A young artist abandons their craft for a real job. A woman hesitates to pursue leadership because she's been taught to defer. A child dreams of exploration but is funneled into obedience. Choices exist, but within predefined corridors. And often, by the time we realize the limits, we have already internalized them as self-evident. We mistake adaptation for authenticity, and we call it freedom. Philosophically, the illusion of choice raises profound questions about free will itself. Are we truly autonomous agents, charting our paths through will and reason? Or are we, as some neuroscientists suggest, creatures of conditioning, biology, and circumstance? Our choices, mere outcomes of variables we neither selected nor control. If our desires are shaped by culture, our opportunities constrained. By history, our decisions biased by unseen cognitive filters, how much agency do we really have? The existentialist grappled with this tension. Sartre argued that even in a world of constraints, freedom lies in how we respond, how we choose to find or make meaning within limitation. But even Sartre acknowledged the weight of nausea, the dizzying realization that our freedom is both absolute and burdened, exhilarating and terrifying. To live authentically is not merely to choose, but to recognize the frameworks within which choice occurs, and to rebel against their false inevitability. Yet the illusion of choice is not always a malevolent conspiracy. Sometimes it is simply the byproduct of complexity. Modern life offers more products, more information, more paths than any human mind can process. In this chaos, simplification becomes necessary. Defaults, trends, recommendations, they help us navigate an overwhelming world. But when these guides become invisible cages, when they substitute for reflection, when they masquerade as freedom itself, they rob us of something essential. They diminish our capacity for genuine agency. They turn living into browsing, being, into consuming. The antidote to the illusion of choice is not rejection of choice, but deepening of awareness. It is to ask, at every crossroad, who set these options before me? What am I not seeing? Whose interest is served by my decision? It is to recognize when a decision is cosmetic rather than substantive, when a freedom is symbolic rather than structural. And it is to push beyond the given menu, to imagine choices that aren't offered, to create alternatives where none seem to exist. True freedom is not choosing between pre-packaged lives. It is the ability to envision new possibilities, to critique the premises, to walk away from the table altogether and build another. In practice, reclaiming agency requires small, deliberate acts. It means reading beyond the headlines, buying from independent creators, voting for long-shot candidates if they represent real change, asking uncomfortable questions at meetings, teaching children to doubt easy narratives, supporting local initiatives rather than distant conglomerates, refusing to conflate abundance with autonomy. True agency is messy. It demands critical thinking, discomfort, resilience. It asks more of us than passive selection. It demands engagement, imagination, courage. Because in the end, the greatest danger of the illusion of choice is that it numbs us to the possibility of more. It teaches us to settle, to believe that this is all there is, that the rows of cereal boxes, the endless Netflix scroll, the hollow debates, the scripted aspirations, this is life. But it isn't. Beneath the noise, beyond the spectacle, another kind of freedom waits. A quieter, harder, deeper freedom. The freedom to ask, not, which option should I pick, but who do I want to become? And in that question, in that refusal to be satisfied with the surface, real choice begins. The Cassandra syndrome. There is a particular kind of pain that defies expression, a grief not born of loss, but of knowing. knowing the truth before others see it, seeing disaster long before it arrives, speaking the words, issuing the warnings, drawing the maps of what's to come, and watching as the people around you dismiss it, deny it, laugh it off, or politely nod and move on. You're not ignored because you're unclear. You're ignored because what you say is inconvenient, unsettling, or too far ahead of its time. And over time, you begin to ask yourself the questions that haunt every bearer of unwelcome truth. Am I wrong? Am I alone? Or am I cursed to see what others cannot bear to look at? This is the essence of the Cassandra syndrome, named after the mythological figure from Greek legend. Cassandra, daughter of Priam, princess of Troy, gifted with prophecy by the god Apollo, and then cursed when she rejected his love. She would always speak the truth, but no one would ever believe her. It is a story as old as civilization and as current as this morning's headlines. The scientists' warning of climate collapse, the analysts predicting financial disaster, the whistleblowers who speak and are silenced, the sensitive child in the family who notices dysfunction no one will admit, the partner who feels the emotional decay long before the breakup. The Cassandra syndrome is not a tale of madness. It's the tragedy of clarity ignored. Psychologically, this syndrome lives at the intersection of foresight and isolation. People experiencing it are often hyperperceptive. They are attuned to patterns, subtle shifts, early warnings. Sometimes through data, sometimes through intuition, sometimes through sheer emotional intelligence. They see things unraveling before others do. But because their warnings often challenge comfort, profit, or deeply held beliefs, they are dismissed, not on the basis of their logic, but because of the discomfort they provoke. And this dismissal doesn't just hurt, it wounds the speaker's relationship to reality. Repeated disbelief chips away at self-trust. If you are always the only one who sees the fire on the horizon, how long before you question your own vision? How long before your certainty turns to doubt, your voice to silence? This is the double bind of Cassandra. To be right and ignored is to exist in a kind of purgatory where truth brings no power, only pain. In modern contexts, the Cassandra syndrome appears in many forms. It is the doctor who spots the early signs of systemic failure in a hospital and is told to stay in their lane. The activist who documents injustice long before the public acknowledges it. The child who tries to speak about abuse and is accused of making trouble. The engineer who flags a safety issue that no one wants to pay to fix. These people are not alarmists. They are canaries in the coal mine. But instead of heeding their warnings, systems often turn against them. Not only are their messages rejected, but their characters are questioned. Their motives are maligned. Their reputations are tarnished. Because to silence the warning, it is easier to discredit the messenger than to confront the danger. And so Cassandras everywhere learn to carry their knowledge like a burden. They speak because they must, not because they are heard. They persist not because they are hopeful, but because not speaking would be a deeper betrayal. They live in the lonely territory between the now and the not yet, haunted by a future they can't prevent and a present that won't listen. Neurologically, there may be a link between Cassandra-type experiences and heightened threat perception. Some individuals are more attuned to inconsistencies, emotional shifts, subtle patterns. This can be a gift of intuition or a consequence of trauma. Those who have lived through betrayal or chaos often develop a keen radar for disruption. But in a world that values conformity and reassurance, this kind of perception can be pathologized. The person who feels deeply is too sensitive. The one who sees too much is overthinking. The truth teller becomes the problem. And over time, Cassandra learns to doubt her own eyes. This creates a secondary trauma, not just from what she sees, but from the refusal of others to validate it. Her loneliness is not just emotional, it's existential. It's the ache of being conscious in a world that punishes awareness. The Cassandra syndrome also plays out on a cultural level. History is filled with examples of voices that were ignored until it was too late. The Jewish intellectuals who warned of fascism in 1930s Europe, the epidemiologists who predicted pandemics decades before COVID-19, the indigenous leaders who spoke of ecological collapse while being pushed to the margins. Again and again, truth is treated as disruption, and disruption is punished. Only in retrospect, when the consequences become undeniable, are the Cassandras honored. Statues are built, books are written, apologies are made. But by then, the damage is done. And often, so is the life of the one who warned us. Cassandra is not a symbol of hysteria. She is a martyr to our collective denial. But why does the Cassandra syndrome persist? Why do people resist warnings even when they are clear, logical, evidence-based? The answer lies in the psychology of denial. Human beings have a deep-seated need for psychological safety. We construct narratives that preserve a sense of control, optimism, and stability. When someone introduces information that threatens those narratives, it can trigger cognitive dissonance, a psychological discomfort we try to resolve by rejecting the new information. We don't want to believe that our leaders are lying, that our planet is dying, that our marriage is crumbling, that our job is at risk. And so we deny the data, attack the messenger, and cling to our illusion of safety. Cassandras threaten not just our understanding of the future, but our identity in the present, and so we close our ears. There's also a social element. Belief is often communal. When a truth teller speaks alone, without the backing of a group, their message is easier to dismiss. We are more likely to trust information that comes from within our tribe, from people who look, speak, and think like us. A Cassandra is often, by definition, an outsider, not because she is wrong, but because she speaks a truth that the group is not yet ready to hear. And this creates a cruel paradox. The more important the warning, the more likely it is to be rejected. The more urgent the truth, the more isolated its bearer becomes. But the Cassandra syndrome is not just a curse, it is also a calling. There is strength in seeing clearly, even when others don't. There is integrity in speaking truth without applause. And there is courage in standing alone, again and again, in the name of what is right. The challenge is to endure the loneliness without collapsing into bitterness, to keep speaking, not because you expect to be heard, but because silence would cost you more, and to seek out other Cassandras, not to commiserate, but to remember that you are not alone. Because while one voice may be ignored, many voices become harder to silence. To live with Cassandra syndrome is to cultivate a kind of tragic wisdom. You learn to measure time not in applause, but in echoes. You learn that vindication often comes too late to be useful. You learn that the truth does not always rescue, it sometimes isolates. And yet, you keep going. Because some truths must be spoken even if they are not believed. Some warnings must be given, even if they are dismissed. Some clarity must be honored, even if it brings no reward. You become a steward of foresight, a guardian of difficult truths, a quiet fire in the dark. And maybe, just maybe, the act of speaking, of refusing to go silent, is what makes you free. Not free from pain or isolation or doubt, but free from the deeper prison of complicity, free from the cowardice of quiet, free from the slow death of self-abandonment. Because in the end, Cassandra was not cursed by her truth. She was cursed by the world's unwillingness to face it. And that is not a reason to be silent. It is a reason to speak louder. The nocebo effect. You're handed a pill and told it may cause nausea, headaches, even fatigue. You swallow it, and hours later you feel queasy, your head aches, your body feels sluggish. Except the pill was a sugar tablet, an inert substance, medically harmless. Yet your symptoms are real. You feel them. You're not imagining them. The discomfort is not psychological in the dismissive sense. It is biological, measurable, and undeniable. What's happening to you is not a reaction to the pill itself, but to the idea of the pill, the expectation of harm, the power of belief turned against the body. This is the nocebo effect, the sinister twin of the placebo effect, where negative expectations produce negative outcomes. While the placebo effect harnesses hope and belief to trigger healing, the nocebo effect does the opposite. It uses fear and doubt to generate suffering. It is the mind poisoning the body with thought, the prophecy of illness fulfilled not by bacteria or toxins, but by anticipation and dread. And perhaps what makes the nocebo effect so unsettling is not just its power, but its subtlety. It doesn't scream. It whispers. It doesn't attack the body from outside. It convinces the body to attack itself. Psychologically, the nocebo effect reveals just how porous the boundary between mind and body truly is. We tend to imagine a strict separation. Thoughts are abstract, bodies are mechanical. But this dichotomy crumbles under scrutiny. The brain is part of the body. Belief is a neurochemical event. Expectation is not a wish. It is a signal, processed and interpreted by the nervous system, influencing everything from immune function to digestion to cardiovascular health. When we expect harm, the body prepares for harm. Cortisol levels rise, inflammatory markers increase, pain thresholds drop. Even gene expression can shift in response to perceived threat. And when that threat is imagined, when it exists not in the world, but in the suggestion, the body still responds. It doesn't discriminate between external danger and internal forecast. To the cells, the story you tell yourself matters. The nocebo effect is not new. Ancient cultures understood the power of cursed words, of dark omens, of fearful predictions. In tribal societies, a shaman's curse could bring illness or even death, not through magic, but through belief. When a respected authority declared doom, the brain obeyed and the body followed. In modern medicine, this still happens, only with lab coats instead of feathers, with clinical language instead of ritual. A doctor, however unintentionally, might say, "This condition is usually permanent," or "You may not walk again," or "There's little we can do." And in that moment, something deeper than information is transferred. It is a verdict, a narrowing of possibility, a framing of the future that becomes self-fulfilling. Patients who are told to expect side effects are more likely to experience them. Those warned of pain report more pain. In double-blind studies, participants who receive placebos but are warned of potential side effects sometimes report them at the same rate as those who receive the actual drug. The words themselves become symptoms. This effect goes beyond medicine. It shows up in daily life. A child told they are clumsy becomes hesitant, and through hesitation becomes clumsy. A student labeled slow begins to doubt themselves, and the doubt slows their performance. A person told they are vulnerable to illness begins to experience more illness. Fear is contagious, not just emotionally, but physiologically. When we absorb negative expectations from others, parents, teachers, experts, the media, we begin to internalize a diminished sense of what is possible. We shrink into those expectations. We adapt to them, and the body, loyal servant that it is, complies. There is also a societal dimension to the nocebo effect. Entire populations can be influenced by cultural narratives of decline, danger, or deficiency. Communities told they are at risk begin to live with stress and anxiety that wears down the body. People raised to expect discrimination may develop. Hypervigilance, anxiety, hypertension, not because the fear is irrational, but because it is constant. Even socioeconomic status can influence health outcomes through the nocebo pathway. If you grow up being told you are less likely to succeed, less likely to be healthy, less likely to live long, those expectations become part of your biology. This is not victim blaming, it is system blaming. The body responds not just to facts, but to stories. And the stories we tell, especially about who suffers, who deserves care, who can heal, shape health in ways that no prescription can fully undo. One of the cruelest ironies of the nocebo effect is that awareness doesn't always protect you. In fact, knowing about side effects can increase your risk of experiencing them. This is known as informational harm, when the act of disclosing a risk inadvertently amplifies it. This creates a moral dilemma for doctors, researchers, and communicators. How do you inform without inducing harm? How do you balance transparency with compassion? And how do you speak of danger without conjuring it into being? These are not easy questions, because the line between knowledge and suggestion is thin. What we say, How we say it, when we say it, who says it, matters. Language is not neutral. It is chemical. It shapes bodies. Philosophically, the nocebo effect forces us to rethink agency. If belief can harm us, if expectation can sicken us, what does that mean for autonomy? Are we truly in control of our health? Or are we vulnerable to every fearful narrative that crosses our path? It also invites a deeper question. How many of our limitations are real, and how many are internalized projections? How much of our fatigue, our pain, our despair is rooted not in what is, but in what we have come to believe must be? And if belief can wound, can it also be unlearned? Can we rewrite the inner script that quietly shapes our biology? The answer is not to deny pain or to pretend everything is fine. That too is its own kind of violence. The answer is to hold space for multiple truths, to acknowledge that some pain is real and some is real because we were told it would be. That healing requires not just treatment, but reframing, not just medicine, but meaning. To move beyond the nocebo effect is to examine our inner narratives, to question whose voice we have internalized, to ask whether the harm we anticipate is inevitable or inherited. It means cultivating an internal landscape that does not confuse caution with doom. That allows for uncertainty without surrender. That learns to speak to the body not in fear, but in possibility. This is not easy. The nocebo effect cannot be eradicated with affirmation slogans or forced optimism. It requires something more radical, a quiet rebellion against fear disguised as fact, a reclaiming of narrative authority, a slowing down of the reflex that says, prepare for the worst, and a soft, steady practice of asking, what else might be true? It is the work of replacing inherited dread with intentional hope. Not blind hope, not naive positivity, but the kind of hope that looks fear in the eye and chooses not to obey it. In the end, the nocebo effect reminds us that our biology is listening, that the body hears every story we tell about what is possible, that suffering can begin with suggestion, but so can healing. And maybe, just maybe, the first step toward health is not another pill, but a question. What would happen if I stopped expecting pain? The broken windows theory. A window is broken in an abandoned building. No one fixes it. Days pass. Then someone sprays graffiti. Trash begins to collect along the curb. The front steps become a place to loiter, then to sleep, then to sell. One broken window becomes many. One act of neglect becomes a silent invitation. It says no one is watching, no one cares. And slowly, the space begins to change. Not through a single catastrophic event, but through a quiet unraveling. This is the core idea behind the broken windows theory, first introduced in 1982 by social scientists James Q. Wilson and George L. Kelling, who suggested that visible signs of disorder, like broken windows, graffiti, litter, or vandalism, signal a lack of social control, inviting further disorder and ultimately crime. The theory is simple but chilling. When small transgressions are tolerated, larger ones follow. When signals of decay are left unchecked, they don't just reflect a breakdown in the environment, they accelerate it. And while the theory began as a proposal for crime prevention, its implications reach far beyond policing. It is, at its heart, a psychological theory about how environments speak to us, how they shape our behavior, our values, and our sense of what is possible or permitted. Psychologically, the broken windows theory draws from environmental cues and social signaling. Humans are deeply responsive to context. We adjust our behavior based on what the world around us seems to expect. A clean, well-maintained street invites order. A filthy alley filled with debris suggests no one is watching. Our brains make these calculations instantly, often unconsciously. This is known as norm signaling, the idea that what is visible becomes a guide for what is acceptable. If others are littering, we're more likely to litter. If others are stealing, we're more likely to justify theft. It's not because we are inherently immoral, but because we are social creatures looking for behavioral anchors. And when the environment sends signals of neglect, those signals seep into our sense of morality. Not overtly, not dramatically, but gradually, quietly, and with enormous consequence. In neighborhoods, this effect becomes magnified. A single act of vandalism, if left unaddressed, sends a message. This space is vulnerable. Over time, that message compounds. Residents feel less safe, less proud, less responsible. They withdraw. Institutions follow. Investment dries up. And what began as a single broken window becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy of decline. This is not just about glass and graffiti. It's about collective psychology, about the silent contracts communities make with themselves. What we will allow, what we will repair, what we will ignore. And when the contract breaks, when no one picks up the trash, or reports the vandalism, or plants the flowers, the unraveling begins, not just of property, but of trust, of dignity, of the fragile social fabric that holds us together. But the broken windows theory is not without controversy. In the 1990s and 2000s, it became the philosophical backbone of aggressive policing strategies, particularly in urban centers like New York City, where minor infractions were cracked down on in the name of preventing major crimes. This led to policies like stop and frisk, zero-tolerance enforcement, and the criminalization of poverty. Critics argue that while the theory was meant to address environmental cues, it was weaponized against marginalized communities, turning social neglect into justification for surveillance and punishment. Instead of fixing the windows, cities arrested the people standing near them. Instead of cleaning the streets, they cleared them of the poor. The theory became a blunt instrument, detached from its original nuance, and in doing so, it revealed a deeper problem. When we misunderstand the message of broken windows, we respond not with repair, but with control, not with compassion, but with punishment. At a societal level, the metaphor extends even further. Broken windows appear in institutions, in relationships, in culture. A workplace where bullying goes unaddressed, a family where silence replaces honesty, a government where small lies accumulate into accepted deceit. Every overlooked breach of integrity is a cracked pane of glass, and when those cracks are ignored, they multiply. A broken promise leads to broken norms. A failure of accountability becomes a norm of impunity. What begins as disorder becomes dysfunction, and what begins as dysfunction becomes culture. And once that culture takes hold, it becomes harder to fix. Because now, the environment isn't just reflecting the problem, it's perpetuating it. Philosophically, the broken windows theory asks a haunting question. Where does collapse begin? Not with the fire, but with the ember. Not with the riot, but with the graffiti that no one washed off. Not with the theft, but with the corner store that closed, because the street became too dark. Collapse doesn't always announce itself. Sometimes it tiptoes in through the cracks we've decided are too small to matter, and by the time we notice the structure is unstable, the rot is already deep. This isn't just a cautionary tale about buildings. It's about ethics, about values, about the daily, mundane decisions that create the future in increments. But the theory also contains a quiet hope. If decay is contagious, so is care. If disorder spreads, so can dignity. A fixed window sends a message too. So does a painted mural, a community garden, a swept sidewalk, a friendly greeting. Small acts of repair are not trivial. They are declarations. They say, "This matters, we are here. We are not giving up." And when enough people make that declaration, the environment begins to shift. Pride returns. Engagement follows. The fabric restitches itself. This is not magic. It's psychology. It's sociology. It's the invisible but powerful effect of human beings taking responsibility for the spaces they inhabit. The broken windows theory, then, is not just a warning. It is an invitation to notice the small things, to take them seriously, to recognize that a society is not held together by grand ideals alone, but by the thousands of tiny invisible choices made each day, to clean or to ignore, to speak or to stay silent, to act or to walk by. These choices are the mortar between the bricks, and when we neglect them, the wall weakens. So next time you see a broken window, literal or symbolic. Ask not just, who did this, but also, who will fix it? And maybe, can I be the one who starts? The Mandela effect. You remember something clearly, vividly, even emotionally. A logo you saw thousands of times, a line from a movie you could quote in your sleep, the death of a famous public figure that was so shocking you talked about it with friends. And then, one day, you find out it never happened. Not the way you thought. The logo was different. The line was never said. The person you swore had died years ago is alive and well. You check, you double check, you search for confirmation, and what you find instead is confusion. It's not just you. Others remember it the same way. Thousands, sometimes millions of people share the same incorrect memory. And in that moment, a strange crack appears in the fabric of reality. A rift, not just in fact, but in trust. Trust in your own memory. Trust in shared experience. Trust in what's real. This phenomenon is known as the Mandela effect, named after Nelson Mandela, who many people falsely remembered as having died in prison in the 1980s. It is a chilling example of how memory, identity, and reality are far more fragile and far more negotiable than we like to believe. Because if we can all remember something wrong, together, with conviction, what does that say about the nature of truth? At first glance, the Mandela effect seems like a curiosity, an internet parlor trick. People debate whether the Monopoly man had a monocle, whether Fabrizi had two E's, whether the Berenstain Bears were once the Berenstein Bears. They argue over whether Darth Vader ever said, "Luke, I am your father," or whether Pikachu had a black tip on its tail. It feels trivial. But underneath the trivia lies a profound psychological and philosophical crisis. Memory is supposed to be our anchor. It tells us who we are, what we've experienced, what is real. When our memories are wrong, and not just individually, but collectively, then the very foundation of identity begins to shake. If I can't trust what I remember, and you can't either, and we remember the same incorrect thing, then what's true? What's real? What's fabricated? And more importantly, who's fabricating it? Psychologists explain the Mandela effect through the lens of false memory, a well-documented phenomenon where people recall events inaccurately. Memory is not a recording device. It's a reconstructive process. Every time we remember, we don't retrieve a file, we rebuild it. And in that reconstruction, pieces get shifted, smudged, replaced. We fill in gaps with assumptions. We insert new information retroactively. We blend memories with stories, dreams, suggestions, media. In a world saturated with repetition, logos, jingles, headlines, and fictional narratives that mirror our own, the boundary between memory and suggestion becomes porous. And when a false memory is reinforced socially, when others remember it the same way, it gains weight. It feels validated. It feels true. The Mandela effect, then, is a collective false memory. A glitch not in the world, but in our mental operating systems. A hallucination we all happen to share. But even that explanation leaves us uneasy, because these aren't just small mistakes. They're confident memories. They come with emotional texture. They feel lived. They're often rooted in childhood, a time when memory feels sacred. And for some, the mismatch between internal memory and external fact feels not just wrong, but disorienting, almost conspiratorial. This is where the Mandela effect crosses over into metaphysics, into simulation theory, into alternate realities. Some people believe we are remembering events from parallel timelines, that something has shifted in the structure of the universe, that we have crossed into another dimension without realizing it. These theories, though unproven, speak to a deeper existential anxiety. The fear that reality is not stable, that truth is not fixed, that our lives are being edited behind the scenes. And in a world of deep fakes, algorithmic manipulation, AI-generated content and corporate revisionism, this fear does not feel irrational. It feels like a preview. Philosophically, the Mandela effect confronts us with the question, if reality is only what we remember and agree upon, then what happens when that agreement dissolves? What happens when consensus memory breaks? In a sense, it already has. History books are edited, Media archives disappear, quotes are misattributed. Cultural memory is constantly rewritten, sometimes through error, sometimes through intent. And if enough time passes, the revision becomes reality. The past, Orwell warned, is whatever the present says it is. The Mandela effect is not just a mental slip, it is a microcosm of epistemological collapse. It reveals how dependent we are on collective memory and how vulnerable that memory is to distortion. If you control the archive, you control the past. And if you control the past, you control identity. There's also a personal reckoning here. When you experience the Mandela effect, it's not just a matter of trivia, it's a confrontation with your own fallibility. You remember it, you know you do, but you're wrong. And being wrong about something so intimate, so certain, is humiliating. It humbles the ego. It exposes the illusion that memory is reliable, that your mind is a fortress. In truth, it is a fog, a collage, a story you're constantly revising, and that realization can be terrifying or liberating. Because if memory is plastic, then so is self. If the past is a narrative, then perhaps we are not prisoners of it. Perhaps we can edit it not to deceive, but to heal. The Mandela effect also invites a reflection on group identity. Shared memory is the glue of culture. We bond over quotes, commercials, moments we all lived through. When those shared anchors shift, something communal breaks. You feel gaslit by history. The sense of, we all remember this, don't we, becomes fragile. And in a fragmented digital landscape, where everyone's feed is customized and isolated, the Mandela effect becomes a metaphor for a larger disintegration, the loss of a common story. We are no longer watching the same shows, reading the same books, experiencing the same events in the same way. Memory, like media, has become personalized. And in that personalization, we lose cohesion. And yet, there's beauty here too. The Mandela effect reminds us that memory is not just about accuracy, it's about connection. The fact that millions of people misremember the same detail means something. It means we're not alone in our delusions. It means our minds work in similar ways, that we are all, to some extent, unreliable narrators, trying our best to make sense of a changing world. The Mandela effect, then, is not just an error, it's a mirror. It shows us how much we rely on each other to confirm reality, how easily we are swayed, how deeply we want to believe we are right, and how vulnerable we are to being wrong together. So the next time you're convinced that a quote was phrased differently, that a logo had a curve, that a moment in your past was shared by millions who all misremember it just like you, pause, feel the floor of certainty shift beneath your feet, and ask, what else have I remembered wrong? What else have we all agreed upon that never really happened? And if reality is this malleable, then maybe the most radical act is not clinging to what we're sure of, but learning to live with uncertainty, not to fear the glitch, but to understand it. Because in that space between memory and fact, between conviction and correction, something astonishing happens. We begin to see not just what is real, but how reality is made and remade every day inside our own minds. The Pygmalion effect. A teacher walks into a classroom with a list in hand, names of students supposedly identified as intellectual bloomers. She's told these students are expected to show remarkable academic growth. She smiles at them more, calls on them more, shows more patience when they stumble. Months pass, tests are given, results arrive, and the students on the list? They improve, significantly. But here's the twist. The list was fake, randomly assigned. The gifted students weren't gifted. They were believed to be. This real-life study, conducted by Robert Rosenthal and Lenore Jacobson in 1968, revealed a powerful and unsettling truth. Expectations shape outcomes. This is the Pygmalion effect, named after the mythical sculptor who carved a statue so beautiful he fell in love with it, and through devotion, brought it to life. In human psychology, the story becomes more literal. When someone expects greatness from you, their belief can pull that greatness forth, not through magic, but through 1,000 small cues: attention, tone, opportunity, warmth, that whisper, you can. and so you do. Not because you were different, but because you were treated as if you were. And the reverse is just as true. Low expectations act like invisible chains. They tell you, you won't, and so you don't. The prophecy fulfills itself, but not because it was true, only because it was believed. Psychologically, the Pygmalion effect is a form of self-fulfilling prophecy, where expectations, especially from authority figures, subtly influence behavior, motivation, and performance. It operates through interpersonal feedback loops. When someone believes in your potential, they treat you differently, often without realizing it. They offer more guidance, more support, more second chances. Their body language is more open. Their language is more affirming. You, in turn, internalize this belief. You rise to meet it. You try harder, take more risks, believe more deeply in your ability. And so, your performance improves. Not because you suddenly became more capable, but because you were given a mirror in which your potential was reflected back at you. The image changed the reality, but the mechanism is fragile. It is easy to mistake natural growth for validation, or to withhold belief until someone proves themselves. But the research is clear. Belief often precedes proof. It creates the conditions in which proof becomes possible. This effect appears everywhere, in classrooms, in workplaces, in families, in friendships. A manager who believes an employee is high potential is more likely to delegate meaningful tasks, provide mentorship, and forgive minor errors. That employee, feeling trusted, performs better. A parent who believes their child is intelligent or kind subtly reinforces those qualities through encouragement, attention, and praise. A coach who expects excellence trains more intensely, and the athlete rises to the challenge. Expectations are not passive. They are blueprints. They become self-perpetuating systems, and when they are grounded in positivity, they can build confidence, resilience, and achievement. But when they are grounded in doubt or stereotypes, they can suffocate potential before it even breathes. This brings us to the darker side of the Pygmalion effect, the golem effect, its inverse. When low expectations are communicated through indifference, skepticism, or subtle discouragement, they also shape performance, but downward. A teacher who believes a student is lazy may offer less help. A manager who sees an employee as average may withhold opportunities. A friend who doubts your courage may never call on you in a crisis. These signals may not be conscious. They're often small. Less eye contact, fewer follow-up questions, colder tone. But the recipient absorbs them, internalizes them, becomes them. And this is where expectation becomes oppression, because not all expectations are distributed equally. Socially, the Pygmalion effect intersects with bias and systemic inequality. Children from marginalized backgrounds are less likely to be viewed as high potential by teachers. Employees from underrepresented groups may be perceived as less capable, less ready, less leader-like. These judgments, often unconscious, shape who gets mentored, promoted, praised. And thus, inequality is not just maintained by overt discrimination, but by skewed belief. It is not the overt "you can't" that harms most. It is the absence of "you can." The silence where affirmation should have been, the lowered bar disguised as realism, the expectations that don't just predict performance, but limit it. Philosophically, the Pygmalion effect raises a powerful question. To what extent are we made by the beliefs of others? How much of who we become is self-determined, and how much is a response to the emotional climate around us? Are we carving our own path, or being sculpted, moment by moment, by the expectations projected onto us? And if others' belief in us can elevate us, does that mean we owe part of our success to their vision? Conversely, if we've failed to rise, did someone fail to see what was possible in us? This line of inquiry is not about blame. It's about recognition of how interconnected we are, of how identity is relational, of how deeply we long not just to be seen, but to be seen as capable. And there is another layer still, our expectations of ourselves, the internalized voice, the echo of what parents, teachers, lovers, and strangers once told us. We carry their beliefs like invisible scripts. If they believed we were strong, we seek evidence of our strength. If they doubted our worth, we replay that doubt. And eventually, it becomes our own voice. The Pygmalion effect doesn't stop at the border between people. It crosses into the self. And here, it becomes both peril and promise. Because while others' expectations are hard to change, our own are within reach. We can rewire the internal monologue. We can choose to expect more from ourselves, not in a punishing way, but in a hopeful one, not as a demand, but as an invitation. So what do we do with this knowledge? First, we look outward. We examine our relationships, especially those where we hold influence. What expectations are we communicating? What do our glances, silences, questions, and feedback say about what we believe is possible for the people around us? Are we reinforcing belief or withdrawing it? Are we lifting or limiting? Then we look inward. Whose expectations have we internalized? Which ones do we need to keep? Which ones do we need to release? And finally, we imagine what could happen if we wielded expectation like a tool for good. If we decided, consciously, to believe in people a little more than is reasonable, to expect potential not only from the charismatic, the gifted, the proven, but from the quiet, the overlooked, the beginning, to treat everyone as if something extraordinary might bloom in them, given time and trust. Because the truth is, most people become what we believe they can become, not because we force them to, but because our belief changes how they see themselves. It creates conditions. And conditions matter. You do not grow roses in concrete. You grow them in soil that believes in roses. Authority bias. A man in a white lab coat tells you to press a button. Each time you press it, another person, whom you cannot see but can hear, screams in pain. You hesitate. You ask if it's dangerous. The man assures you it's part of the experiment, that no real harm is being done. You look at him, calm, confident, official, and you continue. You press the button again. The scream grows louder. You wince. You protest. He insists. You obey. This is not fiction. It is the famous Milgram experiment, conducted in the 1960s at Yale University, where ordinary people were instructed by an authority figure to administer what they believed were increasingly painful electric shocks to another person, and the results were terrifying. Over 65% of participants continued delivering shocks all the way to what they believed was a lethal level, simply because someone in a position of authority told them to. This is authority bias, the psychological tendency to attribute greater accuracy, wisdom, and morality to people in positions of power, and to be more influenced by their opinions, judgments, or instructions than by our own conscience. It is one of the most quietly dangerous features of the human mind, because it makes obedience feel like morality, and compliance feel like virtue. Psychologically, authority bias is rooted in our evolutionary history. In early human tribes, survival often depended on following leaders, hunters, healers, elders, whose expertise increased the group's chances of survival. Deferring to those who appeared knowledgeable or powerful was adaptive. It streamlined decision-making. It preserved harmony. It reinforced trust and group cohesion. But in the modern world, that instinct persists, even when it no longer serves us. We treat uniforms, titles, and tone of voice as signals of truth. We elevate credentials over critical thought. We believe not because the evidence is sound, but because the speaker sounds confident. And in doing so, we outsource our judgment, not thoughtfully, but reflexively. This bias doesn't just affect uneducated or naive people, it affects everyone. In hospitals, patients are more likely to follow dangerous or unnecessary advice from doctors simply because they're wearing a white coat. In courtrooms, jurors give more weight to expert witnesses regardless of the strength of their arguments. In workplaces, employees hesitate to challenge their bosses, even when they know something is wrong. In media, charismatic leaders sway millions, not through facts, but through the gravity of perceived authority. And in cults, movements, and authoritarian regimes, this bias becomes weaponized. It transforms individuals into instruments of someone else's vision. It makes atrocities possible, not because people are evil, but because they believe they are following someone good. The tragedy of authority bias is not just that it leads us to follow the wrong people, It's that it makes us stop thinking. It silences the inner voice that says, "This feels wrong." It paralyzes the part of us that wants to ask questions. It replaces curiosity with deference, and it does so invisibly. Most people under the influence of authority bias don't feel coerced. They feel responsible, useful, right. They act with conviction. They don't realize that the compass guiding them has been quietly replaced by someone else's map. But the effect goes deeper still. Authority doesn't just override our thinking, it reshapes our perception of truth. Studies have shown that people rate the same information as more credible when it comes from an authority figure than when it comes from a peer. In one experiment, participants were more likely to believe a fake medical article when it was signed by a doctor than when it was anonymous. In another, people rated wine as tasting better when they were told it was expensive and endorsed by experts. Authority doesn't just command action, it alters reality. It changes how things feel, sound, taste. And once that perception is shifted, it becomes self-reinforcing. We believe the wine is better, so we enjoy it more. We trust the expert, so we listen more attentively. We hear confidence, so we perceive intelligence. And authority isn't always institutional. It can be social, a popular influencer, a confident friend, a charismatic partner. Anyone who speaks with certainty can gain influence, regardless of whether they speak with truth. And once someone holds authority in our minds, we stop verifying. We assume, we accept. This is how misinformation spreads, how bad ideas gain traction, how cults are born. Not through force, but through the quiet erosion of doubt. Philosophically, authority bias forces us to confront the fragility of autonomy. We like to think of ourselves as free thinkers, guided by reason, but reason is not immune to power. It bends, often unknowingly, to the voices we trust. And trust is not always earned. It is often inherited. We trust parents, teachers, bosses, officials, not because we've tested their wisdom, but because they are in the role. And once trust is given, it becomes sticky, hard to challenge, harder to revoke. We follow and call it leadership, but this bias has a twin: authority rebellion. Some people, burned by betrayal or raised to distrust power, reject authority reflexively. They assume all leaders are liars, all experts corrupt. But this, too, is a bias, because truth doesn't wear a uniform. It doesn't always come from the peer or the prophet. Sometimes it comes from the one who has studied, who has earned their title, who does know better. The challenge is not to believe or disbelieve based on position, but to think, to weigh, to listen without surrendering, to trust without abdicating responsibility. So how do we resist authority bias? First, we must recognize it. Notice when you feel compelled to agree because someone is powerful, not because they're right. Ask yourself, would I believe this if someone else said it? Would I do this if I weren't told to? Then we must reclaim the habit of questioning, not rudely, not rebelliously, but thoughtfully. Authority, when legitimate, welcomes questions. It does not demand blind faith. It earns trust by allowing examination. And most importantly, we must cultivate inner authority. The voice within that evaluates, doubts, reflects, that does not tremble before titles, that honors expertise without surrendering sovereignty, because true freedom is not refusing to follow, it is choosing who, when, and why, and it is knowing that no one, not a teacher, not a boss, not a preacher, not a president, gets to think for you. So the next time a voice says, "Do it, because I said so," pause. Ask, who are you to say so, and who am I to obey? Not with defiance, but with dignity, because authority may wear a crown, but truth needs no costume. The repetition effect. You hear a sentence once and think little of it, a second time, and it registers, a third time, and you find yourself nodding. By the fourth or fifth time, it feels true, not because it's been proven, not because you've investigated it, but simply because your brain has grown accustomed to its rhythm. This is the repetition effect, also called the illusory truth effect, and it is one of the most quietly manipulative forces in the human psyche. At its core, it reveals a psychological vulnerability that most of us carry unknowingly. The more often we are exposed to a piece of information, the more likely we are to believe it is true. It doesn't matter whether it came from a trusted source or an anonymous comment. It doesn't matter whether it contradicts logic, evidence, or our own previous understanding. If we hear it enough, see it enough, if the pattern of its phrasing becomes familiar to the neural grooves of our attention, we begin to accept it. And in a world saturated with headlines, tweets, slogans, mantras, memes, and curated narratives, repetition is not just a pattern. It is a tool, a weapon, a quiet mechanism of influence that bypasses the critical mind and appeals directly to the emotional machinery of familiarity. The psychological mechanism behind this effect is called cognitive fluency, the ease with which our brains process something. When we encounter a statement for the first time, our minds require effort to parse it, weigh it, and compare it to known facts. But when we've seen that statement before, our processing becomes smoother. That smoothness feels good. It feels natural. And because it feels good, we confuse it for accuracy. Our brain equates ease with truth. This is not a failure of intelligence. It's a feature of design. The brain is an efficiency machine. It rewards shortcuts, and repetition creates the illusion of reliability by reducing the energy required to evaluate what we're hearing. This makes repetition an incredibly effective means of persuasion, not because it strengthens the argument, but because it weakens resistance. This effect plays out everywhere. In advertising, where brands repeat slogans until we unconsciously link them to positive emotion. In politics, where talking points are echoed across platforms until they become conventional wisdom. In media, where the same news story is reworded and reshared until it embeds itself into cultural memory. Even in personal relationships, repeated judgments. You're so sensitive. You're always late. You're not good at that. Begin to shape identity, regardless of their original truth. The words don't have to be accurate. They just have to be persistent. And this effect is magnified in the digital age. Social media algorithms are designed to show us content similar to what we've already engaged with. This creates feedback loops, where the same ideas and claims are encountered again and again. And with each repetition, the resistance fades. We don't stop and think, this is the third time I'm hearing this. I should be more skeptical. Instead, we think, this seems familiar. Maybe there's something to it. And without realizing it, familiarity becomes belief. The danger is not just that false information spreads, it's that true information, if repeated in the wrong context or with the wrong tone, can begin to feel false. The brain is sensitive not just to content, but to delivery. A truth said once may not stick. A lie said 10 times may feel like a foundation. This is how propaganda works, not through argument, but through rhythm. Repetition replaces reason. It makes thinking feel unnecessary. The message becomes a mantra. Philosophically, the repetition effect forces us to ask, what is truth, if not something we can verify independently of how often we've heard it? And if most people are more influenced by familiarity than by evidence, then how fragile is our collective understanding of reality? How many of our beliefs are things we chose, and how many are things we simply heard until they felt comfortable? It's easy to believe that we think critically, that our views are reasoned. But the truth is, repetition doesn't ask for our permission. It just embeds itself, like a song lyric we didn't ask for, but can't stop humming. This bias doesn't just shape public discourse, it shapes personal identity. If someone grows up hearing they're lazy, unworthy, unattractive, or unwanted, even if it's subtle, even if it's indirect, that repetition becomes the scaffolding of the self. And even when others offer kindness later, it feels foreign, unearned, or suspicious. The earlier message had time to repeat. It gained gravity not through truth, but through presence. This is why affirmations and therapy often feel awkward at first. They are competing with an older, louder, more familiar voice. To replace that voice, the new one must be repeated. Not once, but constantly, until it too becomes familiar. And only then, believable. In education, repetition is used to reinforce learning, but it can also reinforce error. A teacher who misspeaks repeatedly implants false knowledge. A textbook that presents outdated science frames it as fact. Students, especially young ones, rarely fact-check. They internalize. In politics, this effect is even more dangerous. A candidate who repeats a distorted statistic or biased framing enough times may create a new reality, not through policy, but through perception. And once perception is altered, action follows. People vote, protest, support, and attack not based on what's objectively true, but on what they've heard often enough to accept as true. And yet repetition isn't always malicious. Sometimes it's used for good, to build habits, to instill values, to comfort, to educate. Religious. Traditions use repetition to connect the believer with the divine. Parents repeat messages of love to reassure their children. Activists repeat calls for justice to maintain momentum. The tool itself is neutral. It is how it's used, and to what end, that determines its impact. So how do we protect ourselves? Awareness is the first line of defense. Noticing when you feel a sense of trust simply because something sounds familiar. Asking, do I believe this because I've examined it or because I've heard it a lot? Then comes skepticism, not cynicism, but the healthy habit of pausing, verifying, being willing to feel uncertain rather than soothed. Finally, we must curate our informational diets as carefully as we curate what we eat. Repeated exposure to garbage leaves residue. Choose your sources, diversify them. Step outside the echo, because in the end, the most dangerous ideas are not the loudest. They are the ones whispered, daily, without challenge. The ones we hear so often that we forget we're hearing them. The ones that feel like common sense, but began as propaganda. The ones that sound like our own thoughts, but are simply echoes. The halo effect. You walk into a room and meet someone who has an easy smile, a calm voice, an expensive suit, or perhaps simply the kind of confidence that makes others lean in slightly when they speak. And instantly, you begin to assign traits that haven't been proven. You assume they're intelligent, reliable, maybe kind, maybe powerful. You fill in the blanks. You unconsciously decide they are good at what they do, that they are someone to trust. You've seen nothing that proves this, and yet you believe it. Why? Because your mind, like everyone's, is wired to take shortcuts. And one of the most seductive shortcuts it takes is called the halo effect, a cognitive bias in which our overall impression of a person, often based on a single positive trait like attractiveness, status, or eloquence, shapes how we judge their entire character. This one glowing trait acts like a spotlight that blinds us to nuance. It doesn't just tint how we see people, it determines it. It bleeds into our perception of their morality, intelligence, competence, and even their intentions. It paints the rest of their traits in matching colors, as if consistency were a rule of nature. And without noticing, we stop judging them based on evidence and start judging them based on projection. This effect was first named by psychologist Edward Thorndike in 1920, who noticed that commanding officers in the military tended to rate their soldiers consistently high or low across unrelated traits. If a soldier was perceived as neat in appearance, they were also rated as more intelligent, more responsible, and even more physically capable, despite no actual evidence for these assumptions. What began as an aesthetic impression silently mutated into a judgment of skill, personality, and value. And this pattern plays out everywhere. We do it with celebrities, with co-workers, with teachers, with students, with leaders, even with strangers. A politician who speaks with passion is assumed to be honest. A professor who dresses sharply is assumed to be more competent. A charismatic speaker is believed to be wise. And once the halo is in place, it becomes incredibly resilient, shielding the person from criticism, scrutiny, or contradiction. This effect is not merely about how we judge others, it reshapes how we interact with them. A manager who perceives an employee as capable based on early impressions will likely give them better opportunities, more mentorship, and more positive feedback, thus increasing the employee's actual success. The opposite is also true. Someone deemed difficult or underwhelming is given fewer chances, more criticism, and less encouragement, reinforcing underperformance. The halo effect, in this sense, becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. It doesn't just distort perception, it alters outcomes. It creates parallel realities within the same organization, classroom, or community, depending solely on who wears the halo and who does not. It also extends into culture and commerce. In branding, for instance, a company known for one excellent product is often assumed to be excellent across its entire range, even if the other offerings are mediocre. In education, students perceived as gifted early on may receive unconscious favoritism that inflates their performance over time. In criminal justice, a defendant with a clean-cut appearance may be treated more leniently than someone with visible tattoos or informal language. In romantic relationships, initial physical attraction can lead to an assumption of emotional compatibility, even when deeper values misalign. This effect is so embedded in our systems that we often mistake it for fairness, believing we're judging others objectively, when in truth, we are simply responding to the glow cast by one unearned trait. But the most dangerous part of the halo effect is how invisible it is. It feels intuitive, natural. It gives us the illusion of insight. We believe we're reading character when we're really just extrapolating, and the more confident we feel in our assessment, the less likely we are to revisit it. This is why the halo effect can persist for years. Why someone trusted early on can get away with behavior that others would be condemned for. Why abusive leaders retain loyal followings. Why fraudsters seem charming until the moment of collapse. It is not intelligence that protects us from the halo effect. It is humility. Social media has taken this ancient bias and amplified it. Today, influence is shaped more by perception than expertise. An influencer with a curated aesthetic is assumed to be credible in domains far outside their qualifications. A popular content creator can go from makeup tutorials to political commentary, and the audience often follows, not because of credentials, but because of the halo they already wear. Algorithms reinforce the effect. Once you engage with one video, you're fed more. Once someone earns your trust in one domain, their voice gains power in others. But what happens when that halo leads millions into misinformation? When charm overshadows truth? When we confuse visibility with virtue? Philosophically, the halo effect challenges the foundation of how we construct knowledge and fairness. If our perceptions are shaped by traits that have no rational bearing on competence, then can we trust our judgments at all? What does it mean to know someone if our vision is always filtered through this psychological glow? Are we ever really seeing people, or just seeing reflections of our biases? It forces us to ask whether meritocracies are illusions, sustained by first impressions and appearances, rather than substance and consistency. If so, what hope do those have who don't shine at first glance? Those who speak slowly, dress plainly, or lack the social fluency to dazzle on cue. This is where the ethics of perception enter. To acknowledge the halo effect is to accept responsibility for how we treat others. It means questioning our instincts. It means recognizing that charm is not always character, that attractiveness is not insight, that confidence is not truth, and that the people we overlook may have more to offer than those we immediately admire. But this takes effort. The brain resists it. It wants shortcuts. It wants coherence. It wants to believe that one good trait implies many, but the soul grows in complexity, and justice demands nuance. There's also a personal side to the halo effect, how it impacts the self. If you have ever been praised for something early in life, you may have felt the pressure to maintain that image, even when it no longer matched who you were. If you were always called the smart one, you may fear failure more than others. If you were known as the pretty one, you may feel unseen in your intellect. The halo, once worn, becomes a kind of prison. People expect you to stay within its glow, and when you change, when you grow, they may resist. They may feel betrayed. The same bias that elevated you becomes a leash, and if you've been on the other side, ignored, underestimated, you know the loneliness of being seen through a different lens, one that dims your light before it can even be shown. So, how do we break free? By learning to separate traits, to withhold total judgment based on single impressions, to allow people to be excellent in one area and flawed in another, to accept that complexity is not contradiction, that someone can be brilliant and messy, kind and blunt, attractive and insecure, that real humans are mosaics, not brands, and finally, to extend that same complexity to ourselves, to know that we are not bound by our halos or our shadows, that we deserve to be seen fully, not just for the trait that others noticed first, but for the whole, layered, evolving truth of who we are. Because in the end, the halo effect isn't just about how we judge others, it's about what we believe about truth itself. And truth, unlike a halo, doesn't shine from one angle. It's everywhere, and it takes time to see. The false consensus effect. You finish a sentence and wait for the nod. You post a thought online and expect likes. You make a decision and feel confident that others in your position would do the same. When someone disagrees, it feels not only surprising but somehow wrong, like they're breaking a silent rule. You don't understand how they can see things differently, how they can vote for the other party, follow a different faith, live a lifestyle you wouldn't choose. Somewhere, deep in the folds of your subconscious, there's a belief you rarely say out loud, that most people, deep down, probably think like you. This is the false consensus effect, a psychological bias where we tend to overestimate how much others share our beliefs, values, preferences, and behaviors. It's not just that we believe our opinions are common, we believe they're normal, reasonable, obvious. And that belief distorts how we understand disagreement, shapes how we perceive others, and silently reinforces the echo chambers we build around ourselves. Psychologically, this bias is rooted in egocentric projection, our natural tendency to use ourselves as a reference point for how the world works. When we make a choice, we don't just think, "This is what I prefer." We think, "This is what makes sense." And from there, it's a short step to assuming that most reasonable people would agree. This projection is comforting. It validates our identity. It reassures us that we're not isolated, not odd, not deviant. And in a world where social inclusion is wired into our survival, that comfort is powerful. But the effect isn't symmetrical. We don't assume everyone shares our views on trivial things, like favorite colors or ice cream flavors. We assume consensus on the things we believe matter, the things tied to our morality, our politics, our sense of right and wrong. And when others disagree, it's not just disagreement, it feels like deviation, like a breach in what we assumed was shared reality. This illusion of consensus shows up everywhere. In politics, supporters of a cause believe most people agree with their side, especially if they spend time in like-minded communities. In business, teams overestimate how well customers understand or value their products. In social debates, people believe their position is the obvious one and are shocked by polls, votes, or opinions that suggest otherwise. Online, the effect is intensified. Algorithms curate our feeds to show us what we already engage with. We see takes like ours, jokes we understand, outrage we share. And over time, we begin to believe the digital mirror is the world. We forget it's a lens. We think we're mainstream, balanced, rational. That those who disagree must be misinformed, irrational, extreme. And just like that, the line between personal belief and collective truth dissolves. But the false consensus effect doesn't just warp perception, it corrodes empathy. If I assume you think like me, then when you don't, I feel betrayed. I feel alienated. I'm less likely to listen, to ask questions, to be curious. I start with, "How can you believe that?" and quickly move to, "What's wrong with you?" This is how polarization grows, not from disagreement itself, but from the belief that disagreement shouldn't exist. That difference is an error. That if someone sees the world differently, it must be because they're flawed, ignorant, or evil. And once we believe that, dialogue becomes impossible. We don't argue ideas, we argue identities. We don't seek truth, we defend tribes. This bias also operates on a smaller scale, within families, friendships, teams. A partner assumes the other understands an unspoken need because anyone would. A manager expects employees to approach a problem a certain way because that's just logical. A friend feels hurt when a joke falls flat because everyone knows I was kidding. But in each case, the gap isn't in love or loyalty, it's in perception. We forget that other minds don't run on our software, that their defaults may be different, that their sense of obvious isn't ours. And in forgetting, we create silent expectations that breed confusion, resentment, or worse, distance. Philosophically, the false consensus effect confronts us with a terrifying idea that our experience of the world is more unique than we dare admit, that we don't see things as they are. We see things as we are, and that most people, contrary to what we hope, are not reflections of our own thoughts wearing different faces. This realization is both disorienting and liberating. Disorienting because it shakes the foundation of our assumptions. Liberating because it frees us from the burden of expecting sameness, from the frustration of surprise, from the disappointment of difference, and yet we resist it because consensus feels like safety, like sanity. To believe that everyone agrees, even silently, is to believe we are grounded, supported, right. But to realize that consensus is often a mirage, that our beliefs, even our deepest ones, are not universal, is to accept the vulnerability of standing alone. It is to recognize that being right or good or wise does not guarantee agreement, that truth as we see it may be a private language few others speak, and that solitude is not always a sign of error. It may be a sign of perspective. But there's another danger here. When we believe our views are widespread, we become less likely to question them. After all, if everyone thinks this, why revisit it? Why challenge it? The bias breeds overconfidence. It makes us poor listeners, weak thinkers, lazy seekers of nuance. And over time, it hardens into ideology. Not because it's been tested, but because it's been echoed. And if that ideology gains enough voices, it becomes dogma. Not truth, but repetition. Not wisdom, but volume. So how do we resist the false consensus effect? First, we humble ourselves. We begin every belief with the assumption that it may not be shared. We recognize that others have different experiences, cultures, brains, wounds, that their truth may be shaped by pain we've never known or joy we've never tasted. Second, we seek disconfirmation. We listen not just to be agreed with, but to be surprised, to learn, to be shaken even. And third, we build relationships, not on similarity, but on curiosity, on the willingness to sit with the discomfort of difference and to find in that discomfort not danger, but depth. Because in the end, the most dangerous thing is not that others disagree with us. It's that we expected them not to, that we believed our minds were mirrors of the world, that we mistook community for consensus. And in doing so, we lost the ability to marvel at human variety. So the next time you feel certain that everyone thinks like this, pause, ask, who have I listened to? Who have I filtered out? And what might I learn? Not if I'm proven right, but if I'm willing to be surprised. The frequency illusion. You learn a new word, a term you've somehow never encountered before, and suddenly it's everywhere. You buy a red car, and now it seems like the entire city has turned crimson, each intersection revealing another twin to your vehicle. You hear about a rare disease, and within days you spot it in news articles, overhear it in conversations, see it referenced in movies, even feel as though people are whispering about it around you. It's as if the world itself has shifted, rearranging its content to throw that concept into your path again and again. This eerie, almost conspiratorial sensation is called the frequency illusion, or the Bader-Meinhof phenomenon. And while it feels uncanny, like a glitch in the matrix, its origin is grounded in something far more familiar, the quiet, persistent way our minds alter the world to reflect what we've recently noticed. This isn't magic, it's psychology. It's not the universe pointing at something with purpose. It's your attention turning into a searchlight, scanning every surface for that signal it now deems meaningful. And because our perception of reality is filtered through that spotlight, it suddenly feels like what we've seen once is now everywhere, when in fact, it's been there all along. Only now we're primed to see it. At the heart of this illusion are two psychological forces: selective attention and confirmation bias. Selective attention is the brain's ability to focus on stimuli. It deems important while filtering out the irrelevant noise. Once something crosses our threshold of relevance, be it a word, a car, a symbol, our internal filter widens its aperture to catch it. Imagine tuning an old radio. Before, the signal was faint, buried beneath static. Now it's sharp, prominent, familiar. And once we notice it once, confirmation bias steps in like an enthusiastic co-conspirator. Every subsequent encounter feels like proof. The more we notice, the more we believe it must be growing in importance or frequency. We rarely pause to ask whether the thing itself has changed. Only our detection of it has. And yet, emotionally, it feels real. It feels like something significant is happening. This is the dangerous beauty of the mind. It makes its own weather, then tells you it's raining. But the frequency illusion isn't just a fun mental quirk. It shapes entire social realities. Consider media coverage. When a particular crime, illness, or phenomenon is reported repeatedly, people often assume its occurrence is skyrocketing, even if statistical data suggests otherwise. Fear spreads not because threats increase, but because attention does. A string of news stories about shark attacks can make people avoid beaches, despite the fact that their odds of being attacked haven't changed at all. In politics, the repetition of a fringe idea in multiple headlines can give it the illusion of legitimacy. In relationships, noticing a partner's annoying habit once can trigger a spiral of hyper-awareness, distorting your perception of who they are. The illusion doesn't just alter what we see, it alters what we believe we're seeing, how often and why. And once belief changes, behavior follows. You speak differently, act differently, fear differently. You may even forget how you saw the world before the illusion took hold. In the digital age, this bias becomes supercharged. Social media platforms are built to amplify what you notice. The moment you click, like, or dwell on a post, algorithms respond by feeding you more of the same. Your feed becomes a hall of mirrors, reflecting back the interest you didn't even know you were broadcasting. What was once a casual glance turns into a curated experience. The illusion of ubiquity deepens, not because the world has changed, but because your digital world has. You begin to believe a movement is gaining traction, a trend is exploding, an ideology is becoming dominant, when in reality, it's your algorithm feeding your attention bias. It's like standing in a house of echoes and mistaking the reverberation for a crowd. But perhaps the most fascinating and humbling truth behind the frequency illusion is what it tells us about ourselves. What we notice isn't random. It reflects who we are at a specific moment. After a breakup, we hear love songs that speak our pain. After the death of a parent, stories of grief follow us like shadows. After discovering a new passion, signs and references to it seem to multiply. The illusion, then, isn't a deception. It's a mirror, a reflection of what our mind has marked as important, sometimes without our consent. We don't just live in the world, we live in the portion of it our attention reveals. And because attention is shaped by desire, by fear, by longing, by trauma, the world each of us lives in is deeply personal. Two people can walk the same street and see entirely different cities. And this is where the frequency illusion intersects with philosophy. If the world is experienced through the filter of attention, then reality is not something we discover, it's something we assemble. We are not neutral observers, we are editors, selecting which details make the final cut. And if that's true, then we must ask, who or what is guiding our attention? Is it choice? Is it culture? Is it pain? Is it algorithm? The illusion is not just about perception, it's about power. Power over how we construct truth, what we accept as normal, what we prepare for, what we fear, and what we ignore. It raises ethical questions too. If awareness makes something feel more important, then what happens to the invisible suffering, the silenced stories, the unclicked headlines? Are they less real or just less seen? Yet the illusion can also be empowering. It reminds us that we can, to some extent, choose what world we want to live in by choosing what we focus on. If attention is a lens, we can turn it toward beauty, kindness, resilience. We can train our minds to see generosity as frequently as we once saw hostility. We can break loops of paranoia and scarcity by looking for abundance and possibility. The frequency illusion becomes not a trick, but a tool, a way to rewrite the story we're unconsciously telling ourselves about how the world works. So the next time you find yourself saying, "This is everywhere lately," pause. Ask yourself, is it really? Or am I simply seeing what I'm now tuned to see? Ask what inside you has changed. What wound, fear, need, or hope has caused your mind to lift this thing out of the background and into focus? Because the world is wide and indifferent and full of a million things at once. But the story you live is the one you happen to be watching. The illusion is real, but it's also yours to shape. The framing effect. You're given two options. A surgery has a 90% survival rate, or it has a 10% mortality rate. Statistically, they are the same. Mathematically, identical. But you feel it, don't you? The first version feels reassuring, hopeful, almost safe. The second feels dangerous, ominous, like a warning. One invites consent, the other hesitation. This is the framing effect, a cognitive bias where people react differently to the same information depending on how it's presented. It reveals something startling and deeply uncomfortable, that truth alone isn't enough, that facts do not operate in a vacuum, that the way a message is wrapped, the words chosen, the angle emphasized, the tone used, can alter decisions, beliefs, and even moral judgments. We think we're logical. We think we evaluate facts as they are. But more often than not, we respond not to the fact itself, but to the frame that holds it. And in a world dominated by marketing, politics, headlines, and social media, that frame is rarely accidental. Psychologically, the framing effect is rooted in our brain's reliance on mental shortcuts or heuristics. The human mind is constantly trying to reduce complexity into manageable conclusions. Faced with uncertainty or risk, we use the emotional tone of a message as a guide. Positive frames activate reward pathways. Negative frames trigger avoidance. A job opportunity described as having an 80% success rate sounds far more appealing than one with a 20% failure rate, even if the underlying probability is identical. We associate words with outcomes and outcomes with emotion. Gain feels good. Loss feels bad. And because we fear loss more than we crave gain, a phenomenon known as loss aversion, negative frames often carry more psychological weight. Politicians, advertisers, journalists, and influencers understand this deeply, whether consciously or not. They don't just present facts, they sculpt them, and we, the audience, respond not to the sculpture's substance, but to the silhouette it casts. The implications are profound. A social program framed as helping families thrive garners more support than one described as reducing dependency. A military action framed as defending freedom evokes patriotism, while the same operation described as foreign intervention sparks protest. A diet 95% fat-free is more marketable than one that's 5% fat. The truth hasn't changed, only the wrapper. But our minds treat the wrapper as content. And this doesn't just affect opinions, it shapes behavior. It influences whether people choose surgery, sign contracts, vote for laws, or take risks. Framing is persuasion, not through deception, but through emphasis. Not by changing the numbers, but by changing what the numbers mean emotionally. This effect extends beyond isolated decisions. It shapes worldviews. The way we talk about immigration, crime, poverty, climate change, and mental health isn't just about policy. It's about framing. Is a protest a riot or a resistance? Is a teenager troubled or resilient? Is a policy progressive or radical? Each frame activates a different mental model, a different emotional response, a different chain of assumptions. Language becomes a filter, and filters become belief systems. And once a belief is formed within a frame, it resists disconfirmation. New information is interpreted not neutrally, but through the original lens. This is how propaganda works, not by inventing falsehoods, but by framing truth in ways that guide feeling before thought. The framing effect also interacts with identity. We are more likely to accept frames that align with how we see ourselves. A person who sees themselves as compassionate is more receptive to frames about human dignity. Someone who identifies as fiscally responsible responds more to frames about economic waste. This is why the same issue can split families, communities, and nations, not because they see different facts, but because they see the same facts through different frames that reflect their values. And once frames become part of identity, they become harder to challenge. Arguing against the frame feels like arguing against the self. This has implications for discourse. Debates are rarely about content. They're about conflicting frames. One side says, this is about safety, while the other says, this is about freedom. Both are partially right. But the frames are incompatible. They lead to different priorities, fears, and goals. And because frames guide what questions are asked, they determine what answers feel satisfying. A frame about justice asks, who is harmed? A frame about efficiency asks, what does it cost? These are different moral universes, and they rarely overlap. The framing effect doesn't just alter opinions, it partitions minds. It also has personal consequences. The way we frame our own experiences can shape our sense of self. A person who describes a breakup as a betrayal frames themselves as a victim, whereas someone who sees it as a lesson frames themselves as a learner. Both narratives may be true, but the frame determines what part of the truth is centered. Someone who fails an exam might frame it as proof I'm not smart, or as evidence I need a better strategy. The frame becomes the story, and the story becomes identity. This is why therapists often help clients reframe events, not to deny reality, but to reinterpret it in ways that empower rather than diminish. In business, the framing effect influences negotiation, leadership, and branding. A leader who says, "We have an opportunity," evokes enthusiasm. One who says, "We're facing a crisis," sparks urgency. Both may be accurate, but the frame chosen guides the team's energy. In branding, companies use framing to define themselves: eco-friendly, locally sourced, family-owned. These words frame the product with values, and we, consumers, make decisions based on these frames more than on features. Even memory is vulnerable. How a question is framed can influence what someone remembers. A classic study asked participants how fast two cars were going when they smashed into each other versus when they contacted. Those who heard "smashed" recalled higher speeds, broken glass, more violence. The words shape not just interpretation, but recollection. Our memories, we learn, are not records. They are stories constantly reframed, rewritten, re-anchored by language. Philosophically, the framing effect forces us to confront the fluidity of truth. If the same fact can lead to different beliefs based solely on presentation, then truth is no longer just about accuracy, it's about perception. And perception is guided by rhetoric, tone, order, context. This is deeply uncomfortable for those who seek objectivity, but it's also empowering. It means we can reclaim truth by reclaiming the frame. We can learn to ask, how else could this be said? What's missing from this picture? What would this look like if the roles were reversed? These questions break the spell of framing. They restore choice. So how do we protect ourselves? First, by noticing frames. By paying attention to how something is said, not just what is said. Second, by practicing mental reframing, the skill of taking the same fact and exploring alternative interpretations. And third, by being cautious with language ourselves. Knowing that our words frame others' realities means we carry a quiet, ethical weight. Because in the end, the most powerful manipulations aren't lies, they're angles. Not what you're told, but how you're shown. And the frame, more than the picture, determines what you believe you see, the spotlight effect. You walk into a room with a stain on your shirt. You feel it radiating from your chest like a beacon, as if every eye will land on it the moment you cross the threshold. You stumble on your words during a presentation and feel the heat rise in your face, convinced the awkward pause has now defined you in the minds of everyone listening. You laugh too loud, speak too fast, walk the wrong way, wave back at someone who wasn't waving at you, and for the rest of The day, or maybe longer, you replay it like a film loop in your head, haunted by the assumption that everyone saw, everyone noticed, and everyone remembers. But the truth, the liberating and humbling truth, is that they don't. Most people barely noticed, and even if they did, they forgot within moments. You are the main character only in your own story, not in theirs. This deeply human misperception is known as the spotlight effect, a cognitive bias that causes us to overestimate how much other people notice or care about our appearance, behavior, or mistakes. It's a trick of the mind born from the fact that we are always at the center of our own experience, our own internal stage, while everyone else is too busy rehearsing their own script to pay much attention to ours. Psychologically, the spotlight effect is a byproduct of egocentrism, not in the narcissistic sense, but in the cognitive one. We see the world from our own perspective, and because we are always immersed in our own thoughts, feelings, and perceptions, it's easy to assume that others are too. But they're not. They are absorbed in their own spotlight, their own insecurities, their own sense of self-awareness. Research by Thomas Gilovich and colleagues in the early 2000s demonstrated this beautifully. Participants who wore an embarrassing t-shirt into a room of strangers vastly overestimated how many people would notice it. They imagined that their fashion faux pas was a moment of public humiliation. In reality, most observers didn't notice or didn't care. The participants had placed themselves under a mental spotlight, a bright, unforgiving beam of imagined scrutiny that rarely matches reality. This isn't delusion, it's how the brain defaults. And while it may seem harmless, it shapes our self-esteem, our confidence, and our ability to engage authentically with others. The spotlight effect also feeds anxiety. Social anxiety in particular is often rooted in the belief that every action is being evaluated, every word judged, every expression interpreted. This belief creates a feedback loop. Fear of being seen leads to self-conscious behavior, which feels awkward, which then reinforces the fear of being seen. But again, the central illusion is that others are watching closely. They aren't. Most people are too preoccupied with their own performance to critique yours. They're wondering if their voice shook, if their outfit is appropriate, if they sounded smart. The room is not a gallery of judges. It's a crowd of self-conscious individuals quietly hoping no one notices them either. And in that realization, there is enormous freedom, the permission to relax, to stumble, to speak imperfectly, to exist without the constant pressure of performance. This effect isn't limited to embarrassment. It shows up in our achievements too. We assume that others are tracking our milestones, our failures, our slow progress. We think they remember that we didn't get the job, that we gained weight, that we tried and failed. But in truth, most people are focused on their own timelines. Your story is background noise in theirs. That can feel sad at first. Our triumphs and tragedies not being the center of attention. But eventually, it becomes liberating. It means we can evolve without explanation. We can begin again without a grand announcement. We can grow quietly, away from imaginary spotlights, in the direction of our choosing. The spotlight effect also plays a role in how we avoid opportunities. How many times have you not raised your hand, not spoken up, not taken a chance? Because you imagined the whole room turning to look, because you envisioned your mistake etched into permanent memory. But mistakes rarely echo as long or as loudly as we think they will. The spotlight, again, is mostly in your mind. And understanding this doesn't mean you'll stop feeling exposed. It means you'll learn to walk through the exposure anyway, to act in spite of the imagined gaze, to realize that the fear of being seen is often far worse than the reality of it. And that courage in everyday life often means showing up in full view of a spotlight that isn't even on. Social media has magnified the spotlight effect in complex ways. Now, we curate our lives for an imagined audience, posting, sharing, editing for effect. We feel pressure not just to live, but to be seen living well. Every post is a performance. Every silence feels like a disappearance. But again, the audience is less focused than we believe. Algorithms don't guarantee attention. Scrolls happen in seconds. What felt like a vulnerable reveal to you might not even register for others. This doesn't mean your experience isn't real. It means the narrative around visibility has been inflated. We believe we're being watched more than we are. We believe we're being remembered more than we are. And in that belief, we surrender peace. The spotlight effect also touches something deeper, our hunger to matter, to be seen, to be acknowledged. There is a paradox here. We fear being seen, and yet we fear being invisible. We want to stand out, but we don't want to be scrutinized. We want to be understood, but we fear being misjudged. And so we toggle between hypervisibility and self-erasure, between performing and hiding, between wanting the spotlight and resenting it. But what if the goal is not to be seen perfectly, but to be real, even when the lighting is uneven? What if the freedom lies not in avoiding the spotlight, but in learning that most of the time, no one is really holding a flashlight? Philosophically, the spotlight effect raises questions about perception and reality. If we are not being watched as closely as we think, how much of our identity is shaped by false assumptions about others' attention? How many decisions are made not for ourselves, but for an imagined observer? How much of what we suppress, our joy, our weirdness, our spontaneity, is done in service to a gaze that isn't there? And what would it mean to live as if no one was watching, not recklessly, but authentically? To speak not for applause, but for truth. To dance not for the camera, but because the music moves you. To exist not as a character in someone else's script, but as the flawed, evolving protagonist of your own. Overcoming the spotlight effect doesn't mean eliminating self-awareness. It means recalibrating it. It means understanding that while you are the center of your own world, you are a background character in most others. And that's not a dismissal, it's a relief. It means the pressure is off. The stage is not as crowded as you thought. The lights are dimmer than they seemed, and the audience, mostly worried about themselves. So the next time you feel the spotlight burning your skin, the shame of a mistake, the fear of being judged, the hesitation to show up, pause. Remind yourself of the truth. No one is watching as closely as you think. No one remembers as vividly as you fear. And no one defines you by your worst moment. You are free, not because no one sees you, but because what they see matters far less than you imagined. The spotlight was never on you. You were holding it yourself. The ostrich effect. You know the bill is due, but you don't open the envelope. You feel the lump, but delay the doctor's appointment. You sense the tension in your relationship, but avoid the conversation. The numbers don't look good, so you stop checking your bank account. You hear unsettling news, but scroll faster, change the channel, close the tab. It's not that you don't understand what's happening. It's that you do, and you can't bear to face it. This is the ostrich effect, a cognitive bias where we actively avoid information we suspect will be painful, threatening, or disruptive. Named after the myth that ostriches bury their heads in the sand to avoid danger, they don't, but we do. This effect captures a quiet tragedy of human behavior. Our tendency to seek emotional comfort over factual clarity, especially when the facts might demand change, effort, or confrontation. It is a form of willful ignorance, not born of stupidity, but of emotional overwhelm. A defense mechanism masquerading as practicality, a moment of peace purchased with future pain. Psychologically, the ostrich effect is rooted in emotional regulation. Our brains are wired not only to seek truth, but to avoid distress. And when those two instincts collide, avoidance often wins. Information that threatens our sense of control, safety, or self-image triggers the limbic system, the brain's emotional alarm center. The response is fast, primal, fight, flight, or flight from the facts. And unlike fear of physical danger, this fear is abstract. It's not the predator outside the cave. It's the credit score, the lab result, the unread email, the rising climate data. These are not lions, but numbers, yet they evoke the same internal flinch. So we look away, not because we don't care, but because we care too much. Because knowing would mean having to act, and acting feels impossible, or worse, futile. This avoidance has short-term benefits. It preserves emotional equilibrium. It delays anxiety. It lets us function, go about our day, enjoy lunch without the shadow of existential dread. But over time, the cost compounds. Bills go unpaid, illness progresses, relationships decay, problems metastasize in the dark. And when we finally look, if we do, it's not to solve, but to grieve. We confront not just the issue itself, but our delay, our denial, our complicity in its growth. And then comes the self-loathing, the thought that we should have known, should have acted, should have been braver. But the ostrich effect is not about cowardice, it's about overwhelm. The mind does not avoid out of malice, it avoids because it's drowning. In personal finance, this effect is rampant. People avoid checking their bank accounts, investment portfolios, or credit reports when the economy is shaky or after a big expense. They prefer not to see the damage. In health, patients often delay testing or ignore early symptoms out of fear of diagnosis. In education, students may avoid feedback on assignments, fearing confirmation of inadequacy. In relationships, we delay difficult conversations until the silence becomes permanent. In climate change, people ignore data, downplay reports, or mock activism, because to face the reality would be to admit the need for radical change. In every domain, the ostrich effect promises temporary peace, and it delivers until the reckoning comes. This phenomenon is also fueled by information overload. In an age where we are constantly bombarded by data, much of it dire, the brain begins to triage for sanity. We tune out, scroll past, click, remind me later. We develop a kind of informational fatigue, not because the truth isn't important, but because it's relentless. The result is a paradox. We are more informed than ever and more avoidant than ever. We live in a world where ignorance is not the absence of information, but the refusal to engage with it. But there is another layer to the ostrich effect. It's not just about pain, it's about identity. To admit something is wrong, to face the truth, often means facing a version of ourselves that is unprepared, unwise, or wrong. And that is deeply threatening. Acknowledging that we're in financial trouble means admitting we mishandled money. Facing a failing relationship means admitting we stayed too long or chose poorly. Accepting a bad medical result means surrendering the illusion of invincibility. The facts are rarely the hardest part. It's what the facts say about us that we fear. And so we look away, not to protect ourselves from the world, but to protect the image we hold of ourselves within it. Socially, the ostrich effect is contagious. When groups normalize avoidance, it becomes culture. In families, truths are buried for generations. In companies, red flags are ignored until collapse. In governments, early warnings are politicized, dismissed, or spun into distraction. The group colludes in silence. Not because no one knows, but because everyone fears being the one to name the thing aloud. And when someone finally does, they are often punished. The messenger becomes the problem. The person who pulled their head from the sand is told to put it back in for everyone's comfort, and so silence persists, even as the ground trembles. Philosophically, the ostrich effect challenges our relationship with truth. We like to think of ourselves as seekers of reality, champions of reason, but more often, we are curators of comfort. We shape our realities not based on what is true, but on what we can bear. This raises a haunting question. If truth is only embraced when it feels good, is it still truth we love? Or just affirmation? Are we committed to reality, or just addicted to reassurance? Yet not all avoidance is weakness. Sometimes it is wisdom. Sometimes not opening the letter is the only way to make it through the day. Sometimes we are not ready to know. And that's okay. The problem arises not in the moment of avoidance, but in its repetition, when delay becomes default, when later becomes never, when the sand becomes home. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the decision to look anyway, to read the letter, to book the test, to ask the question you don't want the answer to, not because you feel strong, but because you've decided that strength begins with facing. The way out of the ostrich effect is gentle confrontation, not ripping off the blindfold, but loosening it, creating space for discomfort without collapse, asking small questions, taking small steps, remembering that most of the time, the truth once seen is less monstrous than imagined. That reality, however painful, is always the beginning of change. Because you cannot fix what you refuse to face, and you cannot grow if you're buried. So, the next time you feel the tug to look away, to avoid the call, the test, the talk, pause. Ask yourself what you're really afraid of, and then, when you're ready, look. Not because it will feel good, but because the alternative is blindness, and blindness, chosen again and again, becomes fate. The McNamara fallacy. You sit in a room filled with graphs, spreadsheets, dashboards, and performance indicators. The numbers are clean, organized, and seemingly objective. You're told the system is working, the metrics look good, efficiency is up, errors are down. But something feels off. Morale is low, turnover is high, creativity has dried up. No one laughs in the hallways anymore, yet none of that appears in the report. It doesn't fit into a cell, it can't be charted on a bar graph, so it's dismissed. This is the McNamara fallacy, the dangerous temptation to measure what is easy and ignore what is essential. Named after Robert McNamara, US Secretary of Defense during the Vietnam War, it describes the flawed logic of relying solely on quantifiable data when making decisions, while excluding variables that are harder to define. In McNamara's case, success in Vietnam was measured by body counts, assuming that more enemy deaths equaled progress. But the numbers failed to capture morale, legitimacy, cultural complexity, and the will of the people. The result was a catastrophic misreading of reality. And yet, decades later, the fallacy persists, not just in war rooms, but in schools, corporations, hospitals, algorithms, and even our own inner lives. We cling to metrics not because they tell the full truth, but because they tell a visible truth, a manipulable truth, a truth that fits in a slide deck. And in doing so, we risk mistaking the measurable for the meaningful. The human mind craves clarity. Numbers give us the illusion of certainty. They feel neutral, scientific, grounded. When something can be measured, it feels real. And when something can't, it becomes suspect, vague, emotional, unmanageable. This bias toward quantification isn't inherently evil. It's often useful. Data helps us track trends, spot anomalies, improve systems. But the McNamara fallacy arises when we begin to treat data as the only valid input. When decision-making becomes a game of percentages and nuance is labeled as noise. When teachers are evaluated solely on test scores and ignore the spark of curiosity in a student's eyes. When doctors are judged by patient throughput, not by the comfort they gave to someone dying. When managers obsess over productivity dashboards, but can't tell you who on their team is quietly burning out. In these moments, the fallacy is not just intellectual, it's moral. It reduces people to units, experience to outcomes, life to columns. This mindset thrives in environments obsessed with optimization. In corporate cultures, it manifests as KPI worship, every action justified by a number, every initiative evaluated by its ROI. In education, it turns students into test takers, teachers into scorekeepers. In healthcare, it reduces care to checklists. And in governance, it leads to policies that serve the visible majority while erasing invisible pain. The danger isn't that data is used, it's that data becomes a substitute for judgment. That intuition, empathy, context, and ethics are sidelined in favor of what's cleanly countable. And when outcomes fail to align with predictions, the instinct is not to question the metrics, but to measure harder, to collect more, to digitize the intangible until it fits the model. This is how systems become blind, not because they lack intelligence, but because they lack vision. The fallacy also distorts how we see ourselves. In the age of wearables, trackers, and social media analytics, we begin to define our worth through likes, steps, followers, calories, hours logged. Our lives become dashboards. We lose touch with joy that isn't posted, rest that isn't recorded, effort that isn't rewarded. The moments that matter, the quiet ones, the private ones, the messy ones, don't show up in the metrics, so we learn to ignore them. We curate existence around what can be captured, forgetting that the soul does not operate in percentages. That connection, meaning, and purpose rarely announce themselves in clean numerical packages. That grief doesn't graph. That love isn't linear. And in this climate, leadership transforms into scorekeeping. A visionary becomes someone who meets quarterly targets, not someone who inspires courage or cultivates belonging. Innovation becomes constrained by what can be A/B tested. Risk is avoided not because it's dangerous, but because it's difficult to model. The brightest ideas, the most human interactions, mentorship, patience, forgiveness, vanish into thin air because they cannot be measured with precision. And as that which cannot be measured is pushed aside, so too are the people who embody it. Artists, philosophers, counselors, caregivers, those whose value lives in nuance, find themselves sidelined, underfunded, or forced to justify their existence with proxies that never capture the essence of what they do. This narrowing of perspective carries long-term consequences. A system that ignores the unmeasurable eventually collapses, not from data failure, but from emotional erosion. Trust fades, culture decays, people disengage. The metrics may still report green, but the humans behind the graphs begin to disappear, first in spirit, then in presence. The fallacy is not just a philosophical error, it's an existential risk. It allows institutions to march confidently toward irrelevance, armed with dashboards that say everything is fine. Philosophically, the McNamara fallacy is a cautionary tale about epistemic arrogance. The belief that what we know is all that, it matters, and that what we can't measure doesn't exist. But reality is indifferent to our tools. The most profound aspects of life, consciousness, morality, trust, beauty, suffering, remain resistant to quantification. They are experienced, not tabulated, and to lead, to teach, to heal, to create, to be human, is to engage with what cannot be reduced. The fallacy arises not because we use data, but because we confuse data with truth. And truth, as history reminds us, is often found in the spaces the numbers overlook. The fallacy also feeds moral detachment. If a decision reduces suffering but doesn't improve a metric, it may be discarded. If a person thrives in ways the system can't quantify, their success is rendered invisible. And if an entire community suffers, but the graphs look stable, the system declares victory. This is how cruelty hides behind dashboards, how injustice masquerades as efficiency, how silence becomes policy. So how do we resist the McNamara fallacy? By asking better questions, by remembering that data is a tool, not a verdict, by combining metrics with stories, spreadsheets with empathy, logic with humility, and by daring to name and defend the unmeasurable: dignity, love, fairness, awe. We resist by refusing to outsource our humanity to algorithms, by honoring the parts of life that don't fit neatly into cells, by defending poetry against the tyranny of spreadsheets, by remembering that some truths are felt long before they are proven, and that some will never be proven at all. Because in the end, what matters most cannot be counted. It can only be felt, witnessed, lived, and sometimes that's the only measure that counts. The fear of missing out. You scroll through your phone late at night, lying in the quiet dimness of your room, and see a story. Someone at a rooftop party, laughing beneath string lights. Another friend hiking in a place you've never heard of, surrounded by mountains and sky. Someone else just got engaged, or launched a business, or posted a perfect photo of brunch, sun-kissed and glowing. And you're just there, still, unseen, ordinary. A part of you tightens. It's subtle, but unmistakable. A whisper that says, you're missing something. A better version of life is happening somewhere else, and you're not invited. That whisper has a name: FOMO, or the fear of missing out, a deeply modern, deeply ancient psychological phenomenon in which we feel anxiety, dissatisfaction, or even existential dread at the idea that we're being excluded from rewarding experiences. It's the ache of absence, amplified by imagination. The haunting sense that fulfillment is always just beyond our reach, just out of frame, just behind the next story, the next door, the next life we'll never quite live. And in a hyper-connected world, where every moment is curated, filtered, and shared in real time, FOMO has evolved from a passing emotion into a defining feature of modern consciousness, an invisible hand that guides our decisions, saps our contentment, and leaves us perpetually unsure if we're in the right place, doing the right thing with the right people, or simply falling behind. At its core, FOMO is not about envy in the traditional sense. It's not just wanting what others have. It's fearing that what they have proves something about you, that their joy, their adventure, their spontaneity is evidence of your lack, that life is unfolding somewhere, beautifully, meaningfully, without you. This fear isn't always loud. It often manifests as a background hum, a quiet discontent, a reluctance to commit. Because what if something better comes along? What if you say yes to this and miss out on that? It creates a low-grade psychological paralysis, where every decision is shadowed by the possibility of regret. And over time, this pattern robs us not only of satisfaction, but of presence. Because FOMO lives in the imagined life, not the one you're living, but the one you believe you could be living, if only you had chosen differently. It's a perpetual comparison, not just to others, but to idealized versions of yourself. Psychologically, FOMO is fueled by several cognitive biases. The availability heuristic makes us believe that what we see most often, like exciting experiences, online, is more common than it is. The negativity bias makes the absence of something feel more intense than its presence. And the social comparison instinct, wired into us from tribal life, makes us constantly scan for where we fit in the hierarchy. In early human history, being excluded from the group could be fatal, so our brains evolved to fear disconnection. But in today's global village, the group is infinite. There's always someone doing more, achieving more, living louder. And so, our internal warning system never shuts off. We're constantly on alert for experiences we're not having, opportunities we might be missing, lives we're not living. But FOMO doesn't just shape feelings, it changes behavior. People attend events they don't care about, stay in relationships they've outgrown, or chase careers they don't value, all because they're afraid of missing the thing that everyone else seems to be chasing. It leads to overcommitment, burnout, decision fatigue. It warps priorities. Instead of asking, "What do I want?" we ask, "What do others value that I should want too?" And even when we do make a choice, FOMO saps the joy from it. We sit at dinner wondering if another table is having more fun. We go on a trip and compare our view to someone else's post. We say yes, but feel no. Social media supercharges this effect. It turns other people's highlight reels into your daily feed. It erases context. You see the celebration, not the struggle, the milestone, not the mundane, the perfect photo, not the fractured relationship behind it. Yet your brain treats all this as real, more real than your own experience, because it's been curated to provoke reaction. Every image becomes a silent accusation. Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you here? Why don't you look like this, feel like this, live like this? And so, slowly, invisibly, your own life begins to feel like a placeholder, like an unfinished draft, like something waiting to become worthy of being seen. But the tragedy of FOMO isn't just in what it steals, it's in what it prevents. It keeps you moving, scanning, second-guessing. It keeps you from going deep. Depth requires staying. It requires commitment, attention, and the courage to miss out on other things. But FOMO whispers that staying is settling, that missing out is failure, that saying no means being forgotten. And so we trade depth for breadth, connection for access, meaning for novelty. We become tourists in our own lives, forever passing through, never planting roots. Philosophically, FOMO reveals our discomfort with finitude. To be human is to be limited, to live one version of life while countless others remain unlived. FOMO is the pain of that awareness, sharpened by the illusion that others have escaped it, that somewhere, someone has cracked the code, lives without compromise, feels only joy. But this is a mirage. Everyone misses out on something. The question is not if we miss out, but what we choose to miss out on, and whether we do so consciously. in service of something deeper. Because you cannot be everywhere. You cannot do everything. You cannot live all possible lives. And trying to do so is the surest way to feel absent from your own. The antidote to FOMO is not disconnecting completely. It's learning to shift your attention from what you're not doing to what you are doing. From the imagined life to the real one. From absence to presence. It means cultivating JOMO, the joy of missing out. The quiet contentment of knowing that yes, something else is happening, but what you're doing now is enough. That your experience, even if it isn't epic or shareable or aesthetically perfect, is still valid, still sacred, still yours. And sometimes this means sitting with discomfort, letting the ache pass through you without running to soothe it with more input. It means saying no and trusting that what you said yes to has meaning. It means letting go of the fantasy of the better life out there and realizing that the better life is built moment by moment in here. Because in the end, the fear of missing out is really the fear of being left behind, of being ordinary, of being alone. But what if being ordinary isn't a failure, but a freedom? What if being where you are, fully, intentionally, imperfectly, is the most radical act of all? The golem effect. You're assigned to a project and notice the subtle signs from the start. Your manager explains things more slowly, double-checks your work more often, doesn't ask for your opinion during meetings. When you speak, they nod, politely, but move on quickly. They don't say it outright, but it's there, in their posture, in their tone, in their eyes. They don't expect much from you. You try harder at first. You over-prepare, say yes to everything, stay longer at your desk, but slowly, the energy fades. You stop volunteering ideas. You second-guess yourself. The work begins to feel heavier, less yours. You make safe choices. You start avoiding risk, not because you're lazy or disengaged, but because there's a quiet voice inside you echoing their doubt. And when results don't come, their expectations are confirmed. You've proven them right, not because you lacked ability, but because they never believed you had it in the first place. This is the golem effect, a psychological phenomenon in which low expectations placed on individuals lead to poorer performance, becoming a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's the inverse of the better-known Pygmalion effect, where high expectations boost performance. But while the Pygmalion effect uplifts quietly, the golem effect degrades silently. It's not an explosion, it's erosion, a slow wearing down of confidence, identity, and potential under the invisible weight of someone else's doubt. And because it operates beneath language, beneath logic, it often goes unrecognized until the damage is done. Psychologically, the golem effect is rooted in expectancy theory, which tells us that people tend to live up or down to the expectations others hold of them. Human beings are exquisitely sensitive to social cues, especially about how others perceive them. We internalize judgments, even unspoken ones. When authority figures, teachers, parents, managers, mentors project low expectations, those expectations shape the environment. They influence tone, feedback, opportunities, attention. Over time, the individual begins to behave in ways that confirm the belief, not because they've changed, but because the world around them has shifted. Feedback becomes less encouraging. Mistakes are magnified, successes are minimized. Praise becomes rare, and when it does appear, it feels obligatory or hollow, and slowly, the individual stops reaching. They protect themselves from disappointment by retreating from ambition. Their motivation shrinks to fit the space they've been offered. And then we call them underperformers, never realizing that their performance was scripted long before they began. A self-fulfilling prophecy requires only two ingredients: someone to expect less and someone to eventually believe it. The golem effect is especially powerful in hierarchical systems, schools, companies, militaries, even families, where authority and perception go hand in hand. A teacher who assumes a student won't succeed may unconsciously offer less support. Their feedback might be briefer, less enthusiastic, more critical. They might call on the student less frequently or offer less challenging material. A manager who doubts a junior employee's competence may delegate fewer meaningful tasks. A coach might keep a player on the bench longer, offer less instruction, watch for failure instead of possibility. The individual receives fewer growth experiences, less meaningful feedback, fewer affirmations, and as a result, fails to develop the very qualities they're being judged for lacking. It's a loop. Low expectation leads to limited opportunity, which leads to stunted development, which confirms the low expectation. And what makes the loop insidious is its invisibility. From the outside, it looks like fairness. The person didn't step up, didn't show initiative. But what if they were never invited, never challenged, never truly seen? This effect is also deeply entangled with social bias. People from marginalized groups, because of race, gender, disability, class, or neurodiversity, are more likely to be perceived through the lens of diminished expectation. A woman in a male-dominated industry may be seen as less technical, less assertive. A student of color may be presumed to struggle academically, regardless of actual performance. A person with a physical disability may be assumed to need more help, even when they don't. A neurodivergent thinker may be seen as erratic instead of creative. These assumptions, often unconscious, subtly shape the way the world responds. They limit access, they warp opportunity, they influence how feedback is framed, how much risk someone is allowed to take, how others explain their mistakes or successes. And over time, they become internalized. The person begins to doubt themselves, not because of who they are, but because of how they've been treated. They learn to dim their light before anyone asks them to. They learn to expect less because less has been expected of them. But the golem effect isn't always external. Sometimes, we are the ones who doubt ourselves. We carry invisible scripts from childhood, from past failures, from subtle messages absorbed over time. Maybe someone once told us we weren't leadership material. Maybe we were compared to a more talented sibling or classmate. Maybe we learned quietly and early that we were too much, too emotional, too slow, too weird. We approach challenges already believing we'll fail. We hear praise, but don't absorb it. We set our sights lower, not because we lack ambition, but because we lack permission. And in doing so, we become our own golems, carved from doubt, animated by fear, and destined to fall short, not by lack of effort, but by lack of belief. Our inner critic mimics the voices of those who once underestimated us, replaying scripts we never wrote but somehow memorized. And so we abandon opportunities not because they are out of reach, but because we never believed we deserved to stretch. This phenomenon has a long shadow. Over time, it reshapes identity. A student who is consistently underestimated becomes an adult who no longer trusts their own judgment. An employee who is overlooked stops speaking up. A child who was told they're difficult grows into someone who apologizes for existing. The golem effect does not leave bruises, but it scars. It is not cruelty by commission, but by omission. What is not said, not offered, not believed. And because of that, it is harder to name, harder to confront, harder to heal. You begin to ask yourself, was I ever capable? Or did they shape me into someone who wasn't? Is this who I am, or who I was told I'd become? Philosophically, the golem effect forces us to question the ethics of expectation. What does it mean to hold power over someone's belief in themselves? What futures are we shaping, intentionally or not? By the way we respond to someone's first failure, their first awkward presentation, their first unsure step. What responsibility do we bear for the confidence we quietly erode, for the spark we fail to fan into flame? In a world obsessed with performance, we forget that performance is relational, that people rise not just from talent, but from being seen. That potential is not a private flame. It is fed by oxygen from others. To expect less of someone is to withhold that air. To believe in someone is to breathe life into their ability to believe in themselves. And when we fail to believe, the loss is collective. A society that expects less from some of its members will inevitably receive less from them, not because of what they lacked, but because of what we failed to give. The antidote to the golem effect is not blind optimism or false praise. It is respectful belief. It is the willingness to see someone as capable, even when they haven't yet proven it. It's creating environments where people are trusted with difficulty, challenged with support, and praised with specificity. It's noticing the quiet strengths, asking the second question, making space for the voice that hesitates. It's offering feedback with curiosity rather than finality. It's saying, I see something in you, and meaning it. And it starts with awareness of how we speak, how we respond, how we allocate our time and energy. We resist the Gollum effect not only by raising expectations, but by raising them with care, so they lift rather than crush, invite rather than demand, nurture rather than judge. Because in the end, people become what the world reflects back at them. And if all they see is doubt, they will learn to doubt themselves. But if they see belief, steady, quiet, sincere, they just might rise into someone they never thought they could be. And we, who believed in them early, might witness something even rarer than excellence. Transformation, the Tetris effect. You close your eyes after a long day and see blocks falling. They glide down an invisible grid in your mind, rotating and sliding into place. Even in the silence, your brain plays the familiar sounds. You're not playing anymore, but the game is still playing you. You see shapes everywhere, in buildings, in boxes, in books on a shelf, and feel the urge to arrange them, to fit them, to optimize the space they occupy. This is the Tetris effect, a fascinating cognitive phenomenon where a repetitive activity or thought pattern becomes so dominant in your mental processes that it bleeds into your perception of reality. Originally observed in people who played Tetris for long periods and later reported seeing falling blocks in dreams or overlaying them onto the real world, the effect has since become a metaphor for how deeply our habits, focus, and patterns of thought can restructure our awareness. The Tetris effect isn't about the game. It's about the mind's ability to absorb repetition so fully that it begins to reshape our inner and outer worlds, blending reality with learned routine until the boundary between the two becomes fluid, sometimes invisible. It's a testament to both the plasticity and vulnerability of the brain. Whatever we give it often enough, it starts to believe it's true, useful, or necessary, even if it isn't. Cognitively, the Tetris effect is the result of neuroplasticity, the brain's ongoing ability to reorganize itself in response to repeated stimuli. When we engage in a specific task for hours, be it playing a video game, working in a spreadsheet, scrolling through a social feed, or rehearsing a thought loop, the associated neural circuits strengthen, becoming more dominant, more accessible, more likely to fire automatically. Eventually, we no longer need the external trigger. The brain supplies the pattern on its own. The same way a pianist dreams of keys or a chess player sees moves in the ceiling tiles. The mind continues playing, even when the game is gone. And, while this can seem amusing or harmless at first, the implications run deep. Because what we rehearse, we remember. What we repeat, we believe. Over time, the Tetris effect can train us not only to see patterns, but to crave them, to prioritize efficiency over rest, order over chaos, completion over exploration. What began as a game becomes a compulsion, and what began as useful becomes limiting. This phenomenon isn't confined to games. It appears in work, where someone who spends hours editing slides begins to mentally adjust the layout of restaurant menus or store shelves. It happens in language, where lawyers who write contracts all day start speaking in clauses. In technology, a developer debugging code may begin spotting syntax errors in everyday communication. It's in finance, where someone sees market volatility in personal relationships, measuring emotional risk like assets. The effect is everywhere because it reflects something fundamental about the human mind. It is always learning, always generalizing, always trying to apply the last useful rule to the next situation. But this efficiency comes at a cost when the pattern persists beyond its context, when the tool becomes the lens, and when the lens becomes a prison. We don't just learn how to do, we learn how to see. And the longer we live in one frame, the harder it becomes to step out of it. Emotionally, the Tetris effect also shows how we internalize cognitive habits that aren't neutral. If we spend our days noticing mistakes, say, as an editor or a critic, we may find ourselves unable to enjoy a movie without dissecting its flaws. If we're constantly solving problems, we may start looking for ones that don't exist just to feed the loop. If we scroll through curated lives, we begin to curate our own in response, adjusting not just how we act, but how we think about worth, joy, and belonging. And if we focus obsessively on what's missing, on gaps to be filled, blocks to be cleared, we risk living in a constant state of mental tension, as if nothing is ever complete unless it's perfect, aligned, or optimized. The mind becomes a game board, but the stakes are no longer playful. There's also a deeper psychological dimension. The Tetris effect reveals how fragile our sense of reality is. When habits begin shaping what we see, we no longer experience the world as it is. We experience it as it has been patterned. This can be adaptive, a firefighter scanning for risk, a surgeon noticing minute anomalies, but it can also be maladaptive. Someone who's always been judged starts looking for criticism in every gesture. Someone raised in scarcity sees loss in every opportunity. Someone conditioned by trauma prepares for abandonment in every silence. These are the darker forms of the Tetris effect, not just perceptual overlays, but emotional ones. The mind arranges experience into familiar shapes, even if they hurt, even if they lie, because familiarity to the brain often feels safer than truth. Philosophically, the Tetris effect forces us to ask, what parts of our lives are we unconsciously gamifying? Are we trying to clear the board of our inbox, our schedule, our friendships, treating life like a puzzle to be solved rather than an experience to be lived? Are we mistaking motion for meaning, achievement for growth, completion for peace? In a culture obsessed with productivity, it's easy to fall into this trap, to seek the next block, the next project, the next metric, to measure life in lines cleared rather than moments felt. But life is not a puzzle. It is not waiting to be won. It's waiting to be witnessed. And yet, the Tetris effect isn't inherently negative. It can be used for good. If we train our minds to notice patterns of gratitude, of kindness, of possibility, those patterns will begin to dominate our attention. A person who ends each day writing 3 good things starts to scan for them without prompting. Someone who practices empathy starts feeling it even in moments of anger. We can program the Tetris effect, but doing so requires intention. Repetition alone isn't enough. We must choose what we want to repeat. The key is awareness. When we notice the pattern running in the background, when we hear the falling blocks behind our thoughts, we gain a choice to pause, to shift, to ask, is this still useful? Is this helping me see, or just helping me cope? Because the danger of the Tetris effect isn't in seeing blocks. It's in forgetting that we don't have to keep playing, that there is life beyond the game, that sometimes the best thing we can do is let the shapes fall, unarranged, incomplete, and rest in the mess. Because in the end, the Tetris effect reminds us of something essential, that we are always becoming what we repeat, that our reality is not fixed but formed, block by block, thought by thought, pattern by pattern. And if we are not careful, we may wake up one day to find we've built not a life, but a score. The third person effect. You see an advertisement on television, loud and flashy, promising happiness in a bottle, beauty in a pill, power in a product. You roll your eyes. Who falls for that? You mutter, switching channels. But somewhere, deep down, you also adjust your diet, your routine, your mood, ever so slightly. You see political messaging, simplified, weaponized, full of appeals to fear or pride, and scoff. They're trying to manipulate people, you say, comforted by the belief that you see through it. You are too rational, too educated, too critical. It's the others, them, who are vulnerable. This is the third person effect, a powerful psychological bias in which people believe that others are more susceptible to persuasion, propaganda, and media influence than they are themselves. It's the idea that we are the exception to manipulation, that while messages may affect the masses, they bounce harmlessly off of us. We become observers of influence, not participants in it. And in that belief, in that subtle feeling of intellectual immunity, lies a quiet and profound vulnerability, because those who believe they cannot be influenced are often the ones most deeply shaped without realizing it. The third person effect doesn't make you more resistant to influence. It makes you less aware of it, which, paradoxically, makes it easier to be influenced without defense, without reflection, and without even noticing. At its core, this bias stems from a basic truth about the human ego. We want to see ourselves as autonomous, rational, and uniquely insightful. To admit we are influenced is to admit that we are porous, fallible, and, perhaps most frighteningly, ordinary. We imagine others as easily swayed by emotional appeals, clickbait headlines, viral videos, sensational rhetoric, but ourselves as discerning, above the fray. This self-image is comforting, even flattering. It places us above the psychological crowd, untouched by the tricks and traps that snare the masses. Yet study after study in psychology, marketing, and political science shows that everyone is susceptible to influence, including those who deny it most. Advertisements affect our preferences. Framing shapes our decisions. Social cues guide our behavior. But the third-person effect prevents us from noticing the strings because we're too busy watching others dance, mistaking our own indoctrination for insight, our bias for truth, and our opinions for independent thought. This illusion has serious consequences. It leads people to support censorship, not because they think they need protection, but because others do. I'm fine, they say, but this could really mislead people. It creates moral panic, where media is blamed for corrupting society, but never for affecting the individual speaking. It feeds political polarization, where each side sees themselves as critical thinkers and the other as brainwashed sheep. They've fallen for propaganda, we say, never considering that our own beliefs may have been shaped by a different but equally persuasive stream of influence. And it corrodes dialogue, because if you believe others are influenced and you are not, then you no longer speak with them. You speak about them. You assume ignorance where there may be insight. You project superiority where there should be curiosity. And in doing so, you build walls around your own thinking, mistaking insulation for immunity and cynicism for clarity. The third-person effect is especially dangerous in the digital age, where algorithmic persuasion operates invisibly. Your feed is curated, your preferences anticipated, your attention engineered, not by humans with obvious agendas, but by systems designed to maximize engagement. The more you interact with content, the more your worldview is confirmed, reinforced, wrapped in digital echo. And yet, you scroll with confidence, believing that you're just choosing freely, that your conclusions are the product of reflection, not design. Meanwhile, you worry that others are being misled, that they are becoming polarized, radicalized, addicted. You fail to notice that the personalization of your world is a form of persuasion, one that flatters your preconceptions and strengthens your certainties. And so, while you guard against the obvious manipulations, the subtle ones seep in quietly, reshaping your values, your assumptions, even your idea of truth. You become an unwitting participant in your own programming. This bias also shapes how we judge credibility. We tend to believe messages that align with our existing beliefs and dismiss those that don't as manipulative, again, assuming we are engaging in reason, while others are falling for propaganda. But persuasion is not always external. It can be the friend who confirms our bias, the pundit who echoes our anger, the community that rewards conformity. Influence doesn't always feel like persuasion. It feels like confirmation, like common sense, like something you already knew. And that's why it's so powerful, because you don't see it as external, you see it as internal. The third person effect keeps you from asking, where did this belief come from? Who benefits from me thinking this way? What would I believe if I had grown up somewhere else, under a different set of messages? Without those questions, your mind becomes a hall of mirrors, each reflection reinforcing the idea that you're untouched, unmoved, objective. Philosophically, the third-person effect is a paradox of perception and humility. To think clearly, we must first admit that we do not always think clearly. To protect ourselves from manipulation, we must accept that we are susceptible to it. There is no shame in being influenced, only in pretending that we're not. Influence is not weakness, it's reality. The danger is not in exposure, but in denial. And denial is often driven by pride, the belief that intellect shields us from subtle forces. But intellect without awareness can become a fortress with no doors. A mind that believes it is above influence is already imprisoned by its own illusion of freedom. When we see propaganda, persuasion, bias, and distortion only in others, we blind ourselves to the quieter, more insidious distortions in our own thinking. We mistake our preferences for principles, our conditioning for conscience. This effect also hinders empathy. When we assume others are easily manipulated, we stop listening. We stop asking why they believe what they believe. We chalk it up to ignorance or gullibility, never considering that their worldview might have emerged from legitimate fears, wounds, or hopes. We reduce people to problems. We pathologize disagreement. The third-person effect flattens others into caricatures, while inflating ourselves into sages. And in doing so, it poisons the very soil of understanding. Dialogue ceases to be a mutual exchange and becomes a performance, one side enlightening the other, one voice speaking down. To many, humility is lost. And where humility is absent, wisdom rarely follows. But there is a way forward, through intellectual humility, by recognizing that we too are influenced by stories, images, slogans, repetition. We become better thinkers, better listeners. We begin to see propaganda not just in our opponent's camp, but in our own. We start asking harder questions, not just of others, but of ourselves. And perhaps most importantly, we learn to pause before assuming superiority, before assuming clarity, before assuming that just because we know the term manipulation, we are free from its reach, because knowing the word doesn't grant immunity. In fact, it may increase our vulnerability, tricking us into thinking we've already done the work, already checked the mirror, already cleared the fog. But the fog is clever, and the mirror, like all mirrors, shows only what we want to see, unless we're brave enough to look twice. Because in the end, the most dangerous manipulation is the one you don't believe can touch you, and the most powerful defense is not immunity, but awareness. Not distance, but reflection. Not cynicism, but curiosity. And perhaps above all, not believing you are above it, but knowing that you are always within it, and choosing to be awake anyway. Gaslighting. It begins subtly. A misplaced item that wasn't really misplaced. A story you remember clearly, but they say never happened. A comment you recall word for word, now denied entirely. You furrow your brow. Maybe you misunderstood. Maybe you're tired. Maybe you overreacted. And then it happens again and again. Over time, the ground beneath your memory softens. Your confidence fades. Your voice quiets. You begin to ask them if something happened, even when you were there. You begin to apologize for things you didn't do, for emotions you didn't invent. You check your reactions like walking a tightrope in your own mind. This is gaslighting, one of the most insidious forms of psychological manipulation. A slow, systematic erosion of your trust in your own reality. It is not about disagreement. It is not even about lies. It is about power. It is about altering the way someone perceives the world, then watching them crumble under the weight of their own confusion. Gaslighting is not a single moment, it is a sustained campaign, and its greatest weapon is plausibility, because the gaslighter is rarely cartoonishly evil. They are charming, concerned, even gentle. You're being too sensitive. You always get things mixed up. That never happened. But if you say so, these aren't declarations of truth. They're withdrawals of oxygen. And you, trapped in the fog, begin to doubt not just what's happening, but whether you're allowed to feel it at all. Gaslighting thrives in the grey space between memory and interpretation. The mind is fallible. We forget, we revise, we filter. And that fragility becomes the gaslighter's terrain. They don't need you to believe them. They just need you to stop believing yourself. The goal isn't to convince, it's to destabilize, to make you so unsure of your internal compass that you turn to them for direction. They become the arbiter of what is real. And once they control your perception, they control your decisions, your boundaries, your identity. And yet, from the outside, gaslighting is hard to spot. There are no bruises, no screams, no threats, just tiny fractures, a timeline that doesn't match, a memory that's incorrect, a version of events where you're always the villain, the unstable one, the problem. The gaslighter wears patience like armor. They appear reasonable, calm. They make you feel like the storm. And when you finally do react, when you cry, when you yell when you push back, they hold up your emotion as proof. See, they say, you're crazy. The psychological mechanisms behind gaslighting are devastatingly effective. It exploits our need for relational validation, our tendency to check our internal experiences against external feedback. When someone consistently denies your reality, you begin to override your own perceptions in favor of theirs. This is called cognitive dissonance, the mental discomfort of holding two conflicting truths. I'm not crazy, and they say I am. To reduce this dissonance, many victims unconsciously abandon their own truth. They stop pushing back. They try harder to be agreeable, to anticipate needs, to avoid conflict. This creates a feedback loop. The more you appease, the more power they hold, and the more power they hold, the more you question your ability to live without them. Gaslighting creates dependency, not love, not safety, dependency, and it feels like drowning in a pool where you no longer remember what air feels like. Gaslighting doesn't always happen in intimate relationships. It happens in families, where a parent rewrites the emotional history of a child. We never treated you that way. It happens in workplaces, where a boss denies conversations, undermines efforts, reshapes failure as your fault. It happens in society, where groups are told their lived experience isn't valid, that injustice is imaginary, that history was different than they remember. Political gaslighting rewrites oppression as overreaction, discrimination as data, trauma as drama. It is systemic, cultural. It is the denial of harm by those who do not bear it. And in each case, the goal is the same: to disrupt your ability to hold on to your version of events, to replace your reflection with their projection. Emotionally, gaslighting leads to hypervigilance. You begin to monitor everything: what you say, how you say it, what you feel, when you feel it. You rehearse conversations before they happen. You replay them after. You start journaling just to prove something occurred. You seek third-party validation for things you used to trust yourself with. And still, you feel disoriented, detached. You cry and don't know why. You feel hollow even when things are fine. This is the long-term psychological toll: disassociation, anxiety, depression, and in severe cases, a fractured sense of identity. Because gaslighting isn't just about what's happening, it's about who you're allowed to be. You are taught, in subtle but relentless ways, that your thoughts are flawed, that your feelings are excessive, that your instincts are unreliable, that your needs are burdens. And slowly, you learn to disappear from your own life. You learn to narrate your story from someone else's mouth. Philosophically, gaslighting forces us to confront the fragility of reality as a shared space. If our experience of truth depends on social affirmation, then whoever controls the narrative controls the self. In that way, gaslighting is not merely manipulation, it is colonization. It invades the private landscape of memory and perception and plants foreign flags of doubt. It makes you question not only whether you are wrong, but whether you ever could be right. It severs trust in the self, the very foundation of autonomy. And autonomy, once fractured, is difficult to repair. Victims of gaslighting often leave the relationship but carry the architecture with them. They question new relationships. They mistrust new instincts. They flinch at kindness, suspecting its camouflage. The ghost of the gaslighter haunts not through presence, but through internalized uncertainty. But gaslighting, for all its devastation, can be named. And once named, it begins to lose power. Healing begins when you reclaim your inner authority, when you trust that your version of events deserves space, even if it's messy, even if someone else disagrees. Healing doesn't mean you're never confused again. It means you trust yourself to navigate the confusion. It means you give yourself permission to believe your body when it says, "This hurts." Your heart when it says, "This doesn't feel right." Your intuition when it says, "Leave." Recovery is not about proving the gaslighter wrong. It's about proving to yourself that you were right to feel what you felt, that you are still whole, even if someone tried to shatter you. So if someone makes you doubt the ground beneath your feet, take a breath. Ask yourself, who benefits from my confusion? Why do I feel smaller when I'm with them? What would it look like if I believed myself again? You may not find answers immediately, but asking the questions is an act of defiance. It is the moment you stop searching their eyes for the truth and start looking for it in your own reflection. And that reflection, though shaken, is still yours. Because in the end, gaslighting is not just a tactic, it is a theft of clarity, of confidence, of coherence. But even in the aftermath, your reality is still yours to reclaim. And no one, not even the most convincing manipulator, has the right to take that from you.